This is not fear speaking. This is care. I see what is forming before it reaches you, and I am asking for only a few minutes of your full attention, because the truth you need is simple, but it is urgent. If you turn away now, you may miss the very thing that was meant to guard your body and preserve your life. So stay. Be still. Let these words settle in you before you decide what they are worth. You did not arrive at this moment by accident. Nothing about this hour is random. I have been reaching for you in quiet ways, through a thought that kept returning, through a word spoken by someone who did not know why they said it, through a stillness that came over you when you least expected it. You brushed those moments aside. You told yourself they meant nothing. So now I am speaking plainly, in a voice you cannot mistake. There is something forming ahead of you. It is not sudden to me, though it would feel sudden to you. I see the pattern taking shape, the choices lining up, the small neglects gathering weight in places you cannot see. You feel calm today. But calm that is built on not looking is not peace. I want you to have real peace, and real peace begins with seeing clearly. Hear me well. This warning is not punishment. It is protection given before harm arrives. A father who sees his child walking toward a hidden pit does not stay silent to be polite. He calls out. He calls loudly if he must, because love raises its voice when danger is near. That is what I am doing now. My voice is lifted, not in anger, but in a love that refuses to lose you. I warned Noah before the rain began. I sent word to Nineveh before the city fell. I have always spoken before the storm because warning is the mercy that comes first. When I speak like this, it means the outcome is not yet fixed. It means there is still time. If there were no hope for you, I would not be speaking at all. My words are proof that your story can still turn. You are not hearing this because you are weak. You are hearing it because you are valuable. I do not guard what has no purpose. I guard what carries meaning, what carries a future. There is work ahead that only you can do, and there are people ahead whom only you can reach. That is why I refuse to let you drift toward harm without a word. You matter too much for silence. Some of what I must tell you concerns your body, the vessel I formed with my own hands and my own intention. Some of it concerns the road you are walking and the choices waiting on it. The two are joined more deeply than you know. What burdens your heart wears on your frame, and what wears on your frame clouds your judgment. I will speak to both, because I made both, and I mean to guard both. You have felt small warnings already, a tiredness that rest did not cure, an unease about a certain matter that you keep pushing down, a discomfort that returned when you thought it had passed. These were not random. They were quiet calls for your attention, and I allowed them so that you would slow down and listen. You pushed forward instead. But pushing forward without listening is how small things become heavy things. I see deeper than what shows on the surface. I see the strain you have learned to carry like an ordinary coat. I see how you answer that you are fine while something in you quietly asks for help. You have become skilled at holding things together. But I am not asking you to hold things together. I am asking you to hold on to me. Do not let the seriousness of my tone convince you that something terrible is certain. Seriousness is not finality. It is importance. And importance, when it is received, becomes the doorway to change. What could grow into something heavy can still be reduced, redirected, even removed, when you align yourself with what I am showing you. That is why I interrupted your day, not to frighten you, but to reach you in time. If you believe I am speaking to you in this moment, say your amen now. Whether you spoke it aloud or only within, I received it. A heart that turns toward me even slightly gives me room to work. That small turning is how every rescue begins. Moses turned aside to look at a burning bush, and a nation's deliverance followed. Nothing about your rescue requires greatness from you. It only requires attention. There is a window open right now. Within it, change is easier. Your body is still responsive, and your circumstances are still soft enough to be reshaped. Windows do not stay open forever. I'm not saying this to press panic into you, because panic closes the mind. I am saying it because acting now will cost you little, and acting late will cost you much. Wisdom weighs those two prices and chooses early. So here is what I ask as we begin. Put down what you were about to rush toward. Quiet the voice that says this can wait. For these few minutes, give me your whole attention, the way you would give it to a messenger who ran a long way to reach you. Because that is what this is. A message carried to you on purpose, at the exact hour you needed it. In the words ahead, I will show you what has been draining you, what is forming around you, and the decisions that stand between you and the harm I intend to stop. I will also show you the path out, because I never expose a danger without opening a door. Stay with me. Listen closely. Your next days can be different from your last ones, and the difference begins here. Let me speak first about your body, because it has been speaking about you for a long time. I shaped it with intention. Every part of it has meaning, and none of it was left to chance. It is not merely flesh to me. It is the dwelling I gave you for your journey, the lamp that carries your light through this world. When I look at it, I see my own workmanship. That is why I will not stay quiet while it wears down. Your body has been sending you messages, and it has been faithful about it. There was the energy that dropped without reason, the sleep that did not restore you, the small discomfort that stayed longer than it should have, then returned after you decided it was gone. You called these things nothing. They were not nothing. They were a servant knocking on the door of the house, asking the owner to come and see. Think back. There was a moment not long ago when you felt something in your body that made you pause. You stood still for a breath, wondered about it, then talked yourself out of it. I am pointing at that exact moment now. It was an early signal, and it deserved your attention. When a feeling repeats, when a discomfort lingers, that is not coincidence. That is a pattern asking to be heard. I also see the pace you have been keeping. You move from one task to the next without a pause between them, rushing through hours that needed your presence. You have treated rest as a reward you must earn instead of a provision I commanded. Even I rested when the work of creation was done, not from weariness, but to teach you the rhythm that keeps a living thing whole. You have stepped out of that rhythm. It is time to step back in. Notice your breathing, even now. When pressure rises, your breath grows thin and shallow, and your shoulders climb toward your ears. Tension has settled into your neck, your back, your jaw, so quietly that you no longer notice you are carrying it. It has become a background weight you mistake for normal life. It is not normal. It is a load, and loads can be set down. Strength is not the problem. You have plenty of it. You have endured more than most people around you realize, and you have done it without complaint. But strength that never rests turns into silent strain. And silent strain is what has been building in you. I am not asking you to stop being strong. I am asking you to stop using strength as a wall between you and the truth of what you feel. Let an amen rise from your heart if you receive this warning about your body. Your body responds to what you give it, not once but over time. Give it rest, and it learns to recover. Give it strain without relief, and it learns to brace. This means you hold real influence over how it feels, even when change seems slow. A field does not turn green the day after rain, but the rain still matters. Every choice of care you make is rain on dry ground. Learn to visit yourself during the day, not only at its edges. Pause in the middle of your work and ask a plain question. How am I right now? Not how is the work, not how are the others, but how am I? You have been so attentive to everything around you that you have become a stranger to what is happening within you. A short, honest answer, noticed early, can spare you a long, hard season later. So begin with what is simple. Slow your breath until it deepens on its own. Drink what your body has been asking for. Eat what strengthens rather than what merely fills. Move gently, enough to loosen what has gone stiff from stillness. Guard your sleep the way you would guard a treasure, because that is when I do my repairing work in you. None of this requires greatness. It requires consistency, and consistency is a form of faith. And hear this clearly, because pride and fear both try to muffle it. If something in your body feels unusual or persistent, do not face it with silence. Seek out those with knowledge and let them examine what troubles you. Asking for help is not weakness, and it is not a lack of faith. I work through skilled hands as surely as I work through prayer. Ignoring a signal I sent you is not trust. It is delay, and delay is the only thing I am warning you against. There is also weight on you that no meal or sleep can touch, because it did not come from your habits. It came from your worry. Thoughts that circle without landing. Concerns you rehearse at night when the house is quiet. Pressure you place on yourself to keep going no matter the cost. That weight does not stay in the mind. It sinks into the chest, the stomach, the muscles, and it presses on everything. You were never meant to carry it this long. Cast that burden onto me. I am not offering you a pleasant saying. I am offering you an exchange as real as any trade ever made. You hand me the weight, and I hand you back the strength to walk. My servant Elijah once lay down under a tree and asked for his life to end, worn past his limit. I did not scold him. I gave him food and sleep, and then I gave him his next assignment. That is how I treat the exhausted. Care first. Direction after. You are not fragile, but you are human, and being human means you require care. Honoring your limits does not shrink your life. It preserves it. From this day, I want you to treat attention to your body as obedience, not indulgence. Because the road ahead of you requires a vessel that is not running empty. And the road ahead is exactly what I must speak of next. For time plays a part in everything I am about to ask of you. Now I must speak to you about timing, because timing is part of every deliverance I have ever worked. The sea did not part a week early or a day late. It parted at the moment my people needed to cross. There is a moment like that in front of you now, a season when your circumstances are still soft, still able to be turned. What you do inside this season will decide how much of my warning ever needs to come true. Understand what I am telling you. The trouble forming ahead of you is not one great event waiting on the calendar. It is a chain being forged one link at a time, out of small choices, small neglects, small silences. Chains like that are easy to break while they are short. They grow harder with every link. That is why I am asking you to act now while the breaking is still easy, and not later, when it will demand far more from you. An action for you begins with trust. Not trust as a word you say, but trust as a thing you do. From the beginning, my people have marked their trust by what they were willing to place in my hands. Abel brought the best of his flock. The widow dropped her last 2 coins into the treasury, and I called her offering greater than all the rest. Trust that costs nothing changes nothing. Trust that costs something changes everything. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me show you what else must leave your hands, because an offering is not the only thing I am asking you to release. There are weights in your life that no altar requires and no purpose blesses. They drain you quietly, day after day, and you have carried them so long that you call them yours. They are not yours. Some of them never were. And do not fear that what you set down in obedience will leave a hole in your life. I fill every space that faith empties. The jar of the widow at Zarephath did not run dry, though she poured from it first for my servant. Pouring out came before filling up. It always has. Consider also what surrounds you, the places where you spend your hours, the voices you allow close, the company you keep when your guard is down. Some of these strengthen you, and some of them draw from you like a slow leak from a vessel. You leave certain rooms more tired than you entered them, and you have never asked why. Ask now. Not everything near you deserves to remain near you, and noticing the difference is not judgment. It is stewardship of the life I placed in your keeping. Begin with the burdens you took up on behalf of others. You have a generous heart, and I delight in it. But somewhere along the way, your generosity stopped choosing and started absorbing. You take on troubles that were never assigned to you. You stand under loads that belong to other shoulders, and you call it love. Love bears with others. It does not disappear into them. Even Moses, when he tried to judge every dispute alone, was told to share the load before it broke him. If I set limits for Moses, you may accept limits too. So I give you permission that you have been afraid to give yourself. You may step back. You may say no. You may let a request go unanswered while you recover your strength. Boundaries are not walls against love. They are the banks of a river, and without banks, a river becomes a swamp. With them it becomes a force that turns mills and waters fields. I did not make you to be a swamp. I made you to be a river. There is also a habit I must name, though I will name it gently. You know the one. It is the pattern you return to when you are tired or discouraged, the one that promises relief and delivers only more emptiness. You have told yourself it is small. You have told yourself you can stop whenever you choose. But it has been collecting from you, little by little, energy and time and self-respect. It is one of the links in the chain I described. Release it, and you will feel the whole chain loosen. And there is something older, further back, that still has a hand on you. A wound you have not forgiven, or a failure of your own that you have not let me forgive. You keep it in a locked room and visit it when no one is looking. Every visit costs you something. Unforgiveness does not protect you from the past. It delivers the past into your present, again and again. I am asking you to open that room and let me clear it out. Not because the wrong did not matter, but because you were never built to be its warehouse. Joseph carried the memory of a pit and a prison, put there by his own brothers. When the day came to face them, he wept, and he let the account be settled in my hands instead of his. That release did not erase his history. It freed his future. The same door stands open for you. Walk through it, And much of what I am warning you about loses its power on the spot, because bitterness was one of the roads by which harm planned to reach you. Do you see what is happening as you release these things? Your hands are coming free. Free hands can receive. Free hands can build. Free hands can catch what I have been waiting to give you. A person whose grip is full of old weights cannot take hold of a new season. So let go, one weight at a time, and watch how quickly your strength returns when it stops being spent on what was never yours to carry. Now I will speak about the road ahead, and I ask you to listen with a steady heart, because what I say next requires clear eyes rather than racing thoughts. The harm I have been warning you about does not plan to arrive with noise. It plans to arrive dressed in the ordinary. It will come through a decision that looks small, a voice that sounds familiar, an open door that seems fortunate. That is why awareness, not alarm, is your protection. There is a decision you have been delaying. You know the one because it surfaced in your mind just now, before you could stop it. You have turned it over for weeks, walked up to it, and walked away again. Hear me. That decision is heavier than it appears. It is one of the hinges on which your coming season swings. Your delay has not made it smaller. Delay only feeds the risk I am trying to remove from your path. I am not telling you which choice to make as a puzzle for you to guess. I have already been telling you through the unrest you feel every time you lean the wrong way. That hesitation you keep dismissing is not weakness or fear of change. It is my hand on your shoulder. When you lean toward what is right, a quiet settles in you. When you lean toward what is wrong, something in you tightens. Learn to read those signals, for I wrote them into you as a compass. There is also a connection close to you that requires honest eyes. I will not name it harshly because not everything in it is bad, but something within it is not aligned with your good. You have sensed this in small flashes and talked yourself out of it, because the familiarity feels warm and the history feels binding. I am not commanding you to cut anyone away in anger. I am asking you to observe with clarity. Notice how your peace behaves in that presence. Peace that consistently leaves a room when someone enters it is telling you the truth. Remember how often my protection works through noticing. A word that does not match an action. A promise that keeps moving its date. A kindness that always carries a hook inside it. You have seen these small details and dismissed them as your imagination. They were not imagination. They were evidence, quietly gathered and quietly ignored. From today, let evidence speak. You can love people fully and still see them accurately. Indeed, you cannot love them well until you do. Beware, too, of the offer that will come looking like rescue. Something is approaching that will present itself as an opportunity, bright at the surface, urgent in its manner. It will press you to decide quickly. It will hint that hesitation means losing everything. Mark this well. What is truly from me does not behave that way. My gates do not slam shut on the sincere. When a thing demands haste and punishes thought, that is not my voice inside it. My voice brings clarity, and clarity is never in a hurry. So when that pressured moment arrives, do what the wise have always done. Step back. Sleep before you sign. Ask questions and study how the answers behave under light. If the ground is honest, it will hold while you examine it. If it is false, your patience will crack it open. Either way, patience wins. Esau traded a birthright for a single meal because hunger convinced him the moment could not wait. It could have waited. Almost everything can wait one honest day. I must also warn you about comfort, because comfort is where this danger hides best. There is a part of your life that has grown familiar, and something inside you has been whispering that it is time to move, to change, to leave. You have stayed because staying is easier, and the familiar feels safe. But not everything familiar is good for you, and not everything comfortable is safe. A nest can be warm and still sit on a breaking branch. I am telling you to look at the branch, not the nest. None of this asks you to live suspicious of everyone and everything. Suspicion is fear wearing glasses. I am giving you discernment, which is different. Discernment is love with its eyes open. It moves calmly, judges slowly, and acts firmly once it sees. Fear closes your mind, but discernment opens it, and an open mind sees paths, exits, and answers that panic never finds. You may feel your perspective shifting even as you hear this. Things that seemed confusing this morning are arranging themselves into sense. Matters you had filed away as settled are asking to be looked at again. That shift is not distress. It is sight returning. I am adjusting how you see, so that when the moment comes, you will not need anyone to tell you what to do. You will know. And when you know, act. Seeing without acting is where most rescues fail. Lot's family was warned, taken by the hand, and told plainly not to look back. Yet one heart still clung to the burning place. Do not cling. When I show you the turn, take the turn. I will handle what you leave behind, and I will honor every step you take in obedience, even the trembling ones. Especially the trembling ones. Hold on to this as the ground beneath everything else I have said. The chain of harm is built from unexamined moments, and you are no longer a person who lives unexamined. Each choice you now make with open eyes removes a link. Each pause before pressure breaks another. You are dismantling, piece by piece, the very thing that was being prepared against you. This is what cooperation with my protection looks like. Not hiding, but walking wisely, one clear-eyed decision at a time. Come back with me now to the inner rooms, because the outer road and the inner life rise and fall together. What happens in your thoughts does not stay in your thoughts. A mind at war makes a body at war. A heart at rest makes a body that can heal. The wise have said it from ancient days. A heart at peace gives life to the flesh. You have been proving the other half of that proverb without meaning to. There are feelings inside you that were never given a voice. Grief you swallowed because others needed you steady. Anger you buried because good people are not supposed to feel it. Disappointment you renamed as acceptance and filed away unopened. Hear me. Those feelings did not dissolve. What is buried alive does not die. It settles into the body and pays rent in tension, in weariness, in a heaviness you cannot explain to anyone. So I am asking you to do something that will feel unfamiliar. Tell me the truth. Not the polished version you give to people, and not the brave version you give to yourself. The plain truth. Speak it in prayer, out loud, in a room with no audience. David did this in his songs, and I did not strike him down for his honesty. I drew near to it. I called him a man after my own heart, not because his feelings were tidy, but because he brought them all to me. Honesty before me is not complaining. It is unloading a wagon that was never meant to cross the mountains full. Each truth you speak sets something down, and when the wagon is lighter, the whole journey changes. Your sleep changes. Your breath changes. Even your face changes, in ways those around you will notice before you do. Now listen to how you speak to yourself, because I have heard it, and it grieves me. When you stumble, the voice inside you says things you would never say to a friend. It calls you slow, behind, failing, too late. That voice did not come from me. I correct my children, but I never despise them. From this day, when you speak of yourself, speak as one describing someone I love. Because you are describing someone I love. Whisper your amen if you are willing to be made new from the inside out. That willingness is the doorway, because renewal is my craft. I renew the mind the way spring renews a field, not by force, but by steady warmth in one direction. Feed your thoughts what is true, noble, and worthy of praise, and starve the circling worries that have eaten your evenings. You cannot stop a bird from passing overhead, but you can stop it from building a nest in your hair. Worries will pass by. Nesting is what I am ending. Build small stillness into your days and guard it. A few quiet moments in the morning before the demands begin. A pause at midday to breathe deeply and remember that I am holding the world, so you do not have to. Stillness is not idleness. It is the posture in which your strength is exchanged for mine. Those who wait on me renew their strength. That promise has never expired, and it has your name on it. And in that stillness, let me retrain what urgency has taught you. Urgency has taught you that your worth is your output. It is a lie with a busy schedule. Your worth was set by me, and it does not rise on productive days or fall on tired ones. When you understand this, rest stops feeling like theft. You can lie down at night without guilt, because the one who never sleeps is on duty, and he does not need your help through the dark hours. Some of the weight in your chest is not about you at all. It is about those you love. You carry their struggles into your nights, turning their troubles over as if worrying were a form of guarding. I understand that ache, but hear me. Your worry adds nothing to their protection, while your prayer adds everything. So trade the one for the other. Name before me the ones you carry in prayer, and then leave them in my keeping until morning. I can be trusted with them through the night. I always have been. I want you to notice something that has already begun. There have been moments recently, small ones, when you felt lighter for no clear reason. A morning that did not start with dread. An hour when the old heaviness forgot to report. Those were not accidents. They were first fruits, early evidence that your turning toward me is already working beneath the surface. Change often begins quietly, like leaven in dough, long before the eye can see it. Do not despise slow progress, and do not let a bad day convince you the work has failed. Healing is not a straight staircase. Some days you will fall into an old pattern, an old thought, an old heaviness. When that happens, do not add shame to the load. Simply return. The returning is the practice. A righteous person falls 7 times and rises again, and I count the rising, not the falling. Remember also that my mercies do not carry balances forward. They are new every morning. Yesterday's failure does not sit at today's table unless you seat it there. Each dawn I hand you a day with nothing written on it, and I ask only that you walk it with me honestly. You do not have to earn back my favor after a hard week. You never lost it. What you lost was your sense of it, and sense returns the moment you turn toward me again. Stay near to me in this season, the way a lamp stays near its oil. Speak to me plainly. Bring me the worry the moment it arrives, before it unpacks. Give me the first minutes of your morning and the last thought of your night, and let me stand guard over everything between them. Peace I give to you, not the fragile kind the world trades in, but the kind that holds its ground in a storm. Let not your heart be troubled. I have overcome much worse than what stands in front of you. Now I must prepare you for something, because forewarned is forearmed, and I do not send my children into a field without telling them where the stones lie. A moment is approaching that will test everything you have received today. It will not announce itself as a test. It will arrive wearing the clothes of an ordinary day, and it will feel almost comfortable, as if nothing ever needed to change. That familiarity is the disguise. Do not trust it because it is familiar. Examine it because it is familiar. Here is how it will work. Something will invite you back. Back to the old pattern, the old pace, the old silence about what you feel, the old habit you have begun to release. The invitation will be soft. It will say that one time changes nothing, that you have earned a return, that all this new carefulness is exhausting and unnecessary. Old doors always advertise when they feel you leaving. The advertising is not a sign you should return. It is a sign your leaving is real. Patterns do not break themselves. They break when a person sees them coming and chooses differently. Once, then again, until the new way wears its own path. You are able to do this now in a way you were not able before, because you are no longer walking blind. When the moment comes, pause before you answer it. That pause is holy ground. Inside it, you have time to remember everything you heard today, and remembering is most of the victory. Expect distraction as well. When a person begins to turn their life, distractions gather like moths at a lamp. A sudden demand on your time, a small crisis that insists it cannot wait, a piece of news that sets your thoughts spinning. Not every interruption is an enemy, but in this season, weigh each one before you follow it. Nehemiah kept building the wall while voices called him to come down and meet about it. He answered from the wall. You may answer from the wall too. There will also be a voice, and this one comes from within, that tells you that you are overthinking all of this. It will say you are being dramatic, too cautious, too sensitive. Mark that voice well, because it only ever speaks when you are close to a change that matters. It never bothers a person drifting toward harm. It saves its breath for those walking out. When you hear it, let it confirm your direction rather than question it. And I will be honest with you about people. Some who are close to you will not understand what you are becoming. Your new boundaries will inconvenience those who benefited from your lack of them. Your honesty will unsettle those who preferred your silence. Your rest will look like laziness to those who valued you mainly for your labor. Let them wonder. You are not being shaped for their approval. A lamp is not required to apologize to the darkness for shining. Do not harden your heart against them, though. Some are not opposing you. They are simply startled because you are moving, and they had learned to lean on your standing still. Give them time. Some will adjust, and a few will even follow, because courage is quietly contagious. The ones who cannot accept any version of you that is well, those you may love from a healthier distance. Love does not require you to remain within reach of what wounds you. Through all of this, trust the inner knowing I have placed in you. It has grown stronger through every minute of this message. It is that settled sense that recognizes truth when truth walks in. The quiet no that rises before you can explain it. The quiet yes that outlasts your doubts. My sheep know my voice. You have known it longer than you realize. Every time you almost did something and could not go through with it, and later saw why, that was knowing. Honor it now on purpose instead of by accident. Your body will help you in this if you let it. It has learned today's lessons alongside your spirit. When something is wrong, you may feel it before you can name it. A tightening, an unease, a heaviness that enters the room with certain matters. When something is right, a steadiness comes, quiet as morning light. These signals are not superstition. They are part of the design I built into you, the same design I have been asking you to stop ignoring. Spirit and body agreeing together make a witness that is hard to deceive. Let me tell you what standing firm will look like, so you can recognize yourself doing it. It will look small. It will be a sentence spoken calmly where you once would have stayed quiet. An evening kept for rest against a tide of demands. A second look at an offer everyone else has already praised. A walk taken to loosen your body while the work shouts that it cannot spare you. No trumpet will sound over these moments, but in them, the entire direction of your life will be turning. And when you stumble, and somewhere you will because every walker stumbles, remember what I told you about returning. The test is not passed by perfection. It is passed by refusing to stay down. Peter failed on the worst possible night, 3 denials before the rooster cried, and that failure did not end his story. I met him on a shore afterward and gave him work to do. Failure that returns to me becomes training. Only failure that hides becomes ruin. So walk into the coming days without dread. You are not waiting to see whether the test will find you strong enough. You are deciding here and now how you will answer it, and a decision made in peace is stronger than one made under fire. Set it in your heart tonight. When the familiar invitation comes, I will pause. When the pressure comes, I will breathe and step back. When the doubting voice comes, I will remember whose I am. Settle these answers now, and the test will find them already in place. Now hear the part of this message that I have been saving. The way a father saves the best word for last. Everything I have shown you today, the warnings, the releases, the preparations, all of it has been clearing ground. And ground is only cleared for one reason. Something is meant to be built on it. I have not been steering you away from harm so you could stand in an empty field. I have been steering you toward something, and it is time you heard what. There is a place ahead of you where your strength is not spent before noon, where your sleep restores you and your mornings do not begin with bracing, where the decisions that once circled your mind for weeks resolve in days, because you and I are deciding them together, where the people around you are the ones who add to you and the work of your hands finally lands on good soil. This is not a dream I am describing, it is a direction. Every instruction I gave you today is a step on the road that leads there. Do not measure that road by how you feel tonight. Feelings are weather, and I am speaking about climate. There will still be gray days on the way. What changes is what the days add up to. A person walking with me can lose an afternoon and still gain the year. So judge this season by its harvest, not by its single storms. And remember that the one who plows in hope owns a future the anxious cannot imagine. And I have not forgotten the ones you love. I heard every name your heart lifted while you listened, including the ones you did not speak. I am able to reach them in places you cannot go and at hours you will never see. Your task is not to be their rescuer. That position is filled. Your task is to become living evidence of what I can do with a person who listens, so that when they wonder whether change is possible, they can look at you and stop wondering. Here is what I ask of you when these words end, and I ask it plainly because plain things get done. Tonight, rest without guilt. Tomorrow, take the smallest obedience within reach. Drink what your body needs. Speak one honest sentence you have been withholding. Set down one weight that was never yours. The day after, do it again. I am not asking for a heroic week. I am asking for a faithful one. Heroics impress people. Faithfulness moves me. Keep the pause I taught you. Before the familiar invitation, pause. Before the pressured decision, pause. Before the harsh word to yourself, pause. In every pause, you will find me already there, because I do not meet you only in temples and storms. I meet you in the half-second between impulse and action. That is the narrow gate where most of your future will be decided, and I will stand in it with you every time. Watch over your peace as a guard watches over a city. When it leaves a conversation, notice. When it settles on a path, notice. I gave you that signal so you would never have to navigate by other people's noise. The world will always be loud, and it will always be certain, and it will very often be wrong. Peace is quieter than the world, which is why so few follow it. Follow it anyway. It has never once led you toward the harm I warned about. It never will. And concerning what you placed in my hands in trust, hold no anxiety over it. Seed in the ground looks like loss to anyone who has never seen a harvest. The farmer knows better, and now so do you. What you released is not gone. It is ahead of you, working in soil you cannot see, and you will meet it again in a form larger than the one it left in. I keep accounts more carefully than any steward on earth, and no one has ever outgiven me. Do not tell yourself that this hour was ordinary. You will be tempted to once daily life closes back over you like water. But something happened here that does not happen every day. You stopped. You listened all the way to the end. You let truth name things in your life that flattery had been protecting. Most people never sit still long enough to be found like this. You did. And what has been spoken into you today will keep working long after the sound of it fades, the way seed keeps working under quiet ground. If the day comes when you feel far from me again, and such days come to everyone, do not rebuild the distance with shame. Just speak. One word is enough. I have never once been the one who moved away, and I will not begin with you. My eye does not wander from my own. Even when your faith thins to a thread is enough for me to hold. I have anchored whole lives on less. So now, stand up on the inside. Let your shoulders come down from your ears. Unclench what you have been clenching. The tragedy that was forming has met its interruption, because you heard, and hearing became turning, and turning is the one thing harm cannot survive. Walk out of this hour lighter than you entered it. Care for the vessel I made. Choose with open eyes. Release quickly, rest deeply. Return always. Remember too who you are as you go. Not a person barely escaping trouble, but an heir walking a prepared road. I do not merely tolerate you, I chose you. Long before this message reached your ears, I had already decided you were worth warning, worth guarding, worth building. Let that settle any question of your value that today's words stirred up. The Maker of all things bent low to speak with you at length. That is not what abandonment looks like. That is what belonging looks like. I am with you tonight as you close your eyes, and I will be there before your eyes open, already at work on the day waiting for you. I will go before you to make the crooked places straight. I will stand behind you as a rear guard and beside you as a companion on the road. No word I have spoken to you today will return to me empty. It will accomplish what I sent it to do in you, and you will live to see it and know it was me. My child, the path is open. The season has turned. What remains is your yes. Declare your amen now and walk with me into the days I have prepared for you.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
The hour has been chosen, not by accident, not by chance. And tonight the air around you carries something that has no ordinary explanation. You can feel it, even if you cannot name it. A stillness has settled in your space, deep and expectant, like the moment before dawn breaks across the dark. That is not your imagination. That is my presence drawing near. I have been watching you. Every step you have taken, every road you have walked when the weight felt unbearable, every night you lay down without answers and still rose the next morning to try again. I have seen all of it. Not one moment has been hidden from me. Not one prayer has fallen silent before it reached my hearing. You have carried more than most people know. You have endured more than you have ever spoken aloud. And tonight, I am here to tell you that heaven has not been silent. Heaven has been working. This moment is sacred. The one you are in right now. The one where these words are reaching your spirit. I did not bring you here without purpose. I do not move without reason. You were drawn to this hour because this hour belongs to you. It was written before you took your first breath. Before your name existed in any language of men, it was written in mine. And I speak it now over you with authority and love. What is approaching your life is not small. Do not let the quietness of this moment fool you into thinking nothing is happening. The most powerful things I do are done in silence. I built the foundations of the earth in stillness. I knit life together in the hidden places. And right now, in the unseen realm that stands behind everything you can touch and see, I am arranging what belongs to you. You have prayed. I know the words. I know the ones you whispered with faith. And I know the ones you barely managed to speak because grief had taken your breath. I know the prayers you offered up in the middle of the night when no one else was awake. I know the ones you repeated for years, the same request, the same longing, the same hope you refused to let die. That faithfulness is seen. It is recorded. And it is the reason tonight carries the weight that it does. This is not a coincidence. The people who arrive at this moment are not stumbling here by luck. They are the ones I have called, the ones whose seasons of waiting have finally reached their appointed end. You are one of them. Not because you are without fault, not because you have done everything right, but because I am a God who keeps His word, and I made a promise concerning your life long before you were old enough to ask for it. Feel the air around you. Something sacred has shifted. The walls of your home have witnessed prayers rise from your lips and lift toward heaven. And tonight those prayers are being answered, not slowly, but completely. Not partially, but in full. What I do with wholeness. What I restore with more than what was lost. That is my nature. That is the signature of my love. You may have felt strange in recent days, as though something was on the verge of changing, as though an invisible line was about to be crossed. That is because it is. You were not imagining it. I was preparing your spirit for what it was about to receive. I do not pour out what I have prepared without first making the vessel ready. I had to strengthen certain things in you. I had to settle certain truths inside you, so that when the blessing came, you would be able to carry it without fear. Do not dismiss what you are sensing tonight. The peace that is beginning to settle over you, the warmth you may feel in your chest, the unusual calm that seems to have no human explanation. These are signs, not of superstition, but of presence. My presence does not announce itself with noise and spectacle. It arrives the way dawn does, quietly, until the darkness has no choice but to give way. And that is exactly what is happening now. You are standing at the beginning of something new. The life that has felt stalled, the dreams that have sat waiting, the healing that has seemed just out of reach. This is the hour where all of it begins to move again. I have heard every word you have ever spoken to me in private, and my answer is not delayed anymore. Tonight, my hand moves on your behalf. and nothing in heaven or earth can stop what I have ordained to be released into your life. So draw in a slow breath right now. Let your shoulders drop. Let the tension you have been carrying begin to loosen. You do not need to carry it into this hour. This hour is mine, and in mine there is room only for faith and for the sound of what is coming. There are things I see from where I stand that you cannot yet see from where you are. I see the end from the beginning. I see the completed picture when you are still looking at scattered pieces. What I see when I look at your life tonight is a turning, a door swinging open, a season that has been sealed finally breaking free. Something of great weight and great goodness is on its way. You have waited long enough for it. And tonight, the wait is over. Hear me now. The limit you set on what I can do does not change what I have already decided. My plans for you are not canceled by your disappointment. My promises are not weakened by the passage of time. They are alive. They are moving. And in this sacred hour, they are arriving. I want to speak to the waiting you have known. Not the surface kind of waiting where a few weeks pass and the answer comes. I mean the deep kind. The kind that stretches across seasons. The kind that makes you wonder if you have been forgotten. The kind where you watch others receive what you have been believing for, and you smile for them while quietly wondering when your turn will come. I know that waiting. And I need you to understand something about it. That waiting was not a punishment. It was never evidence of my rejection. Every day you waited was a day I was building. Building in the unseen what needed to be strong before it appeared in the seen. The roots of a tree grow long before the branches rise. You cannot see root work, but without it, nothing that rises will stand. I was doing root work in your life, deep, hidden, necessary work that no human eye could observe, and it was never wasted. You cried. I know. There were nights the tears came without warning and you sat with grief you did not know how to name. There were mornings you had to choose to keep going when every feeling in you said there was no point. I watched every one of those moments. I was not distant. I was not looking away. I was closer to you in those moments than the air around you. My heart was moved by what you carried, and I kept record of every silent act of faith you performed. Faith does not always look like confidence. Sometimes faith looks like getting up one more time. Sometimes faith looks like praying a prayer you do not feel, because you have chosen to trust something beyond your feelings. Sometimes faith looks like holding on with bleeding hands and refusing to let go of what I placed in your heart. That is the faith that moves me most, the quiet, persistent, painful kind. And that is exactly the kind you have walked in. You did not give up on me. You could have. There were reasons to walk away. The answers did not come on your schedule. The pain was real. The silence was long. And still, you stayed. Still, you spoke my name. Still, you believed that what I promised would come to pass. That is not a small thing. That is the testimony of a soul that has been proven. And I do not take it lightly. In the book of Job, a man lost everything he had in a single season of storm. He had done nothing wrong. He was a good man, a faithful man, a man who honored my name. And yet the darkness came and stripped what he had built. His companions told him to curse me and give up, and yet he would not. He held on. He cried out. He refused to surrender his faith. And at the appointed time I stepped in and gave him twice what he had lost. That is the God I am. I do not lead faithful ones through the fire and leave them there. The fire has a purpose, and then the fire ends. My precious one, your fire is ending. The season that tested you to your limit has reached its final day. I am not prolonging this any further. What I withheld to protect you, I am now releasing because you are ready. What felt like delay was actually the time I needed to prepare what could not be rushed. The blessing that is coming to you was not small enough to be hurried. It required space and time to be made complete. And now it is complete. And now it comes. Declare your amen if you believe this word is for you. Hear me carefully now. The things that happened in your past, the losses, the betrayals, the doors that closed, the seasons that broke your heart, those things were not the end of your story. They were chapters. Hard chapters. Honest chapters. Chapters you never would have chosen. But they are chapters, not conclusions. The story is still being written, and the chapter you are stepping into now bears no resemblance to what came before. I am a God of new things. When I say I make all things new, I mean all. Every broken place, every dried up well, every darkened corner of the life you thought you had lost. I remember the prayer you prayed when you were at your lowest, the one you prayed when no one else was in the room, the one where you told me exactly how tired you were, and you asked me if I was still there. I was there. I heard it word by word, and I said in that moment, this one is not going to be left. This one has held on longer than most. This one deserves an answer that matches the measure of their faith. And I began to prepare what I am now delivering. Rest in that. Let it settle into you like rain into dry ground. You are not forgotten. You were never forgotten. The delay was the preparation. The silence was the deep breath before the declaration. And the declaration is this: your season has turned. What was withheld is now being released. What was closed is now opening. What was broken is now being made whole. This is not a promise for a future season. This is now. Right now. In this moment, the tide of your life has shifted. Think of David. He was anointed king when he was still tending sheep on a hillside. He received the word of his calling and then went back to the field. Years passed. He faced giants. He lived in caves. He ran from the one who wanted him dead. And yet not one promise I spoke over him fell to the ground. Every word I declared over his life arrived in its fullness at the appointed time. I am the same God. And the words I have spoken over you will not fall to the ground either. I am telling you tonight that you have endured what was necessary. The wilderness has an end. The desert has a border, and you have walked to the edge of it. The promised land is not a dream deferred. It is the next step, and I have already prepared it to receive you. There is a world you cannot see with your natural eyes. It exists alongside the one you move through every day. It is the realm where my purposes are carried, where prayers are held, where the assignments of heaven are executed. And tonight, I want you to know what has been happening in that realm on your behalf. I sent my messengers ahead of you. Long before this hour arrived, I dispatched heaven's servants to your path. They cleared what was blocking the way. They stood against the forces that tried to shut the door that I intended to open. Every attack that seemed to succeed against you, every setback that seemed permanent, every wall that seemed impossible to cross. There was a battle happening behind those things, and the battle was not going the way your circumstances suggested. Heaven was winning. Heaven was always winning. The enemy of your soul made calculations about your life. He studied the patterns of your pain and concluded that you were broken beyond recovery. He decided that if he struck in the same places enough times, your faith would finally collapse. He measured the length of your waiting and assumed that silence would eventually hollow out your trust. He was wrong. He underestimated you, and he underestimated me, because I was watching over you and I never allowed what was sent against you to be more than you could bear. My promise to you has always been this: the trial will not exceed the one who faces it. I calibrate. I do not let my children be overwhelmed beyond what my strength inside them can sustain. Every time the pressure intensified, so did my grace over your life. You may not have felt that grace in the way you expected, but it was there. It held you when you thought you were falling. You are still standing. That is not an accident. Many people have faced what you have faced and did not come through it with their faith intact. You did. You are here. You are still holding on to what I placed in your heart. That is evidence of my grace operating in you. You did not do it alone. I kept you. I protected something in you that the darkness tried again and again to extinguish, and it never went out. Say yes if this word is reaching your spirit right now. Now hear this. Because heaven has been fighting on your behalf, the ground that was taken from you in previous seasons is being reclaimed. What the enemy stole from you, my hand is recovering it. Peace that was taken, returning. Joy that was stolen, coming back. Relationships that were broken by lies and bitterness, my hand is moving on those as well. I am not a God who leaves the battlefield with a partial victory. I pursue restoration to its completion. In the days of old when my people had been plundered, I spoke a word through my servant Joel. I said, I would restore the years that the locust had eaten. Think of what that means. Not just the current season. Not just what was taken last month or last year. The full span. The accumulated losses. The years of drought. The years where the harvest never came. All of it. That is the scope of what I am releasing over your life. Not a partial restoration. A full one. The messengers I sent before you have completed the advance work. The path is clear. The obstacles that stood between you and what belongs to you have been moved. You will begin to notice things shifting around you in ways that have no logical explanation. A situation that was stalled for years will suddenly move. A door that was firmly shut will open without warning. An opportunity will present itself that seems to come from nowhere. Those are not coincidences. Those are the results of what was prepared for you in the unseen. Do not be afraid of sudden change. Some people pray for change and then become uneasy when it actually begins to happen. Do not let that be you. What is shifting around you is shifting for your good. Every rearrangement is intentional. Every unexpected development is part of what I have designed. Trust the movement. Trust the process. Trust the God who is doing the moving. I am bringing back what you thought was gone forever. I am opening up what you had stopped hoping for. And I am doing it with more abundance than you asked for, because that is who I am. I do not give minimums. I give out of the fullness of what I hold, and what I hold is without limit. The measure you receive is determined by the faith you carry and the readiness of your vessel. Your vessel has been made ready. Your faith has been tested and found true. The measure you are about to receive is not small. So lift your head right now. Let the posture of your spirit rise. You have been bowed under the weight of this long season, and I understand why. But that posture belongs to the season that is ending. The one beginning requires you to stand, to look forward, to open your hands and your heart to what is coming. What I am bringing to you cannot enter a closed space. Be open, and receive what has already been sent. My servants have been stationed around your home, not as a symbol, in truth. They are there, the place where you rest and rise, the place where your prayers have been spoken. That place carries the weight of heaven's attention tonight. It has been marked. There is an invisible covering over the roof above you, over the threshold you walk through, over the ground beneath your feet. Heaven has claimed your dwelling as a place of divine exchange. What leaves tonight is the weight. What enters is the promise. And the trade is permanent. Now I want to speak to you about what it means to sow in faith. Throughout history, my greatest movements have always been preceded by an act of trust that looked foolish to human logic. Noah built a vessel for a flood that had never come before. Abraham raised a knife over the thing he loved most. The widow at Zarephath gave her last handful of flour to a prophet when she and her household were preparing to die. These were not reckless acts. They were sacred ones. They were moments where a person put their complete trust in my word above every circumstance around them. And every time I responded with the fullness of what I had promised. I have placed a desire in your heart to support the work of my word in the earth. That desire is not coincidence. It is a calling. When you give from that place, you are not simply releasing something from your hands. You are placing it on the altar before me. The altar has always been where exchange happens. The widow who gave her 2 coins gave more than the wealthy man who gave from his surplus, because she gave from her trust. That is the measure that moves heaven, not the size, the trust. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. I see the needs you carry, the ones that feel too heavy to mention and too large to fix by your own hand. I see what you need for your home, for your table, for those who walk through life alongside you. I see the weight of provision that has felt scarce, the doors of opportunity that have felt closed, the season of financial narrowing that has worn you thin. And I am telling you now, that season has reached its end. What was tight is about to open. What was scarce is about to be filled. My word declares that I will open the windows of heaven over those who trust me with what they hold. That is not a metaphor for something vague and distant. It is a declaration of my specific intent toward you. I do not make promises casually. Every word I speak carries the weight of my nature behind it. When I say I will provide, I provide. When I say I will open, I open. And the provision that is coming to your life will not be small. It will be the kind that brings rest. The kind that allows you to extend your hand to others and become a channel of blessing yourself. There is a woman in the scriptures whose name you know, Ruth. She left everything that was familiar to her. She walked into a land she did not know, with nothing but loyalty and faith. She gleaned from the edges of fields that were not her own, taking what the harvest left behind. She had no guarantee of what tomorrow held, and yet I saw her. I moved the heart of a man of means toward her, and by the time the story closed, she had gone from gleaning at the edge to sitting at the center of the harvest. From nothing to abundance, from outsider to covered and belonging. That is what I do with those who trust me with an empty hand. Your hand may feel empty tonight. Your resources may feel stretched beyond what they can bear. But what you offer in faith is multiplied in my hands. The same way 5 loaves and 2 fish fed a multitude, and left 12 baskets more than what was there at the beginning. I do not work with the same mathematics that governs the natural world. What you give to me comes back to you in a measure you cannot predict, and in a timing that will leave you without doubt that I was the one who moved. The altar has always been the place of breakthrough in my story with humanity. Isaac was conceived after Abraham stood at the altar in total surrender. Solomon received wisdom beyond measure the morning after he offered 1,000 burnt offerings on the heights of Gibeon. Elijah called down fire on a sacrifice that had been drenched with water until every doubt the watching crowd had was silenced in a single holy moment. The altar is not where you lose something. It is where you release what you are holding too tightly so that I can place something greater in your hands. This is the moment of exchange. Not pressure, not obligation. It is an invitation to place something in my hands and watch what I do with it. The one who gives in faith is not giving something away. They are planting. And everything that grows from that planting belongs to them. This is the law of my kingdom. It has never changed. It will not change for you. So if your heart is stirred right now, let that stirring be your guide. I do not manufacture false urgency. What you feel in this moment is real. It is the pull of purpose meeting the call of faith. And when you respond to it, you are not just sowing a seed. You are aligning yourself with the current of my generosity. That current carries no lack. It carries no limit. It carries only the abundance that flows from a heart that is unlimited and a hand that is open toward you. I said in my word, give and it will be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, running over, poured into your lap. That is the return I promise to those who give in faith. Not a trickle, not a partial measure, an overflow. And an overflow is exactly what your life is about to experience. My beloved, I want to talk to you now about what this miracle actually looks like when it arrives. People sometimes expect the sky to split open, a voice like thunder to shake the walls, fire to fall from above. Those things have happened in my history with humanity, and they carry weight. But most of what I do arrives differently. It arrives quietly. It arrives with the texture of the ordinary, and then suddenly the ordinary is transformed into something you cannot explain. It may arrive as a thought that gives you a direction you had not considered. A thought so clear and so settled that you know it did not originate in you. It may arrive as a message from someone you had not heard from in some time, carrying words that open something you had stopped trying to open. It may arrive as a feeling of peace so complete that the thing which has been keeping you awake at night suddenly loosens its grip. You will know it is mine because it will carry peace rather than fear. Everything I bring to you comes with peace as its signature. Declare I receive this if your heart is open to what I am releasing tonight. The miracle does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it is a door opening in a situation that was sealed for years. Sometimes it is a burden lifting from your chest at 3 in the morning, and you fall into the deepest sleep you have had in months. Sometimes it is a kindness from a stranger that carries the exact word you needed at the exact moment you needed it. These are not small things. These are the fingerprints of my hand on the surface of your life. Do not minimize what seems small. The greatest breakthroughs in the stories of my people often began with something quiet, a still small voice to a prophet who was hiding in a cave, a burning bush at the edge of a shepherd's field, an angel's greeting to a young woman in an ordinary house in an ordinary town. I work in the small and quiet, and then the small and quiet becomes the hinge on which the whole story turns. Your healing is one of those things. Not just the healing of your body, though I am attentive to that as well. I mean the deeper healing. The healing of how you see yourself. The healing of the places where rejection left a mark. The healing of the wounds that were carved into you by people who should have been safe. Those places are not hidden from me. They are the very places my hand is moving toward tonight, pressing gently, restoring carefully, making whole what was fractured. I do not rush healing. I am thorough. I do not want you to be almost whole. I want you to be completely whole. And the work I do tonight is the beginning of that completion. Some of it will happen in a moment. Some of it will unfold over days and weeks as you begin to notice that the old ache has gone quiet. As you begin to notice that a name or a memory that used to cause pain is no longer sharp. As you begin to notice that you are moving through your days with a lightness you have not felt in a long time. That is healing from my hand. It comes the way spring comes. You do not see it arrive. You just step outside one morning and notice that the frost is gone and the ground is soft and something is beginning to grow. Quietly, thoroughly, completely. I am also healing the way you see the future. There are fears you have carried about what is ahead. Fears about provision. Fears about safety. Fears about those you love. I know each one of those fears by name. Tonight I'm speaking directly into them, not to dismiss them, but to replace them with the deep certainty that comes from knowing who I am and what I have promised. I have not brought you this far to abandon you at the doorstep of your breakthrough. I do not invest seasons of work into a life and then step back at the final hour. That is not who I am. What I begin, I complete. What I promise, I fulfill. And what I have promised over your life is good. It is more than you have allowed yourself to imagine. And the imagination I gave you was designed to hold large things. So let it open tonight. Let the small expectations that fear has kept you within begin to expand. Let yourself believe again that the best is not behind you. The best is ahead. The years that were consumed in waiting and struggle were not the peak of your story. They were the valley that made the height of what is coming possible. You are ascending now. You may not feel it yet with your feet, but the ground beneath you is rising. And the view from where I am taking you will be more than worth every step of the climb. The peace you are beginning to feel in this moment is not temporary. It is a foundation being laid. A peace that is not dependent on your circumstances remaining stable, because I am teaching you to rest in me rather than in what you can see and control. That is the peace I promised in my word, the kind that surpasses every human attempt to understand it, the kind that keeps your heart steady when everything around you is in motion. That peace is settling into you right now. Let it in. Let it go deep. Let it take root. Your identity is being restored alongside your circumstances. The two always move together. I do not fix the outside while leaving the inside untouched. I begin with what is deepest, and what is deepest in you is a spirit made in my image, created for purpose, designed for abundance and love and service and joy. That spirit has been pressed and tested and tried, but it was never broken, and tonight it is rising into the fullness of what it was always meant to be. This is more than a miracle of provision. This is a miracle of becoming. There are people in your life who need what is happening in you tonight. I want to speak about them, because this miracle was never only for you. What I do in one life always ripples outward. That is the design of my love. It is never contained. It always overflows. Those you love and carry in your heart and in your prayers. I see them. I know their names. I know their struggles. I know the worries you hold about their futures and their well-being. You have brought them before me so many times. You have asked me to protect them, to provide for them, to lead them safely. Those prayers have been received, every one of them. And what I am releasing into your life tonight includes what they need as well. I do not answer prayers in isolation. When I move on your behalf, I move on the behalf of everyone connected to your faith. Your prayers have been building something in the unseen, not just for yourself, but for those you love. What you have been sowing in intercession, you will see bearing fruit in their lives as well. Relationships that seemed irreparably broken will find a path toward restoration. Needs that seemed impossible to meet will be met in ways no one planned. People you have been praying for in the dark will step into light in their own time and their own way. I am the God of the prodigal's father. I am the one who watched the road and ran when I saw the returning figure in the distance. That is how I love those you carry in your prayers. I am already watching for their return. I am already preparing the welcome. Your faith has been the prayer that kept the road open, and I will honor it. I want to speak now about the relationships in your life that have been marked by pain. Betrayal has a particular kind of sting. When it comes from someone you trusted, someone you opened yourself to, the wound goes deeper than ordinary hurt. I know you have carried some of those wounds. I know the names of those who caused them. And I am not asking you to pretend the pain did not happen. I am not asking you to act as though what was done was acceptable, but I am asking you to release it into my hands. Because what they intended for harm, I can turn to good. That is not a hollow promise. I proved it in the life of Joseph, a man thrown into a pit by his own brothers, sold to strangers, falsely accused and imprisoned. Years of injustice, years of waiting in a darkness, not of his making. And yet, not one word I had spoken over his life was canceled by the cruelty of others. At the appointed time, every promise was fulfilled. And when he stood before the brothers who had wronged him, he was able to say, "You meant this for evil, but God meant it for good." That is the testimony I am writing over your life. What was meant to destroy you did not succeed. What was meant to end your story became part of the plot that leads to the most powerful chapter. The enemy of your soul thought he was writing the conclusion. He was only setting up the context for my intervention. Let go of the weight of what was done to you, not because it did not matter, but because carrying it is costing you something you need for where you are going. The strength that has been tied up in holding on to old wounds is being freed tonight. And that freed strength will be redirected toward the future I have prepared. You need every bit of it for what is ahead. And what is ahead is worth everything. Speak this aloud if you are ready to walk forward into what I have prepared for you. I want to tell you something about the people you will encounter in this new season. They will not all look like what you expected. Some of the greatest instruments of blessing in your life will arrive unannounced. They will come without the credentials you thought you were looking for, from directions you were not watching. Stay attentive. Stay open. Do not disqualify what I send because it does not match the picture you had imagined. My provision often arrives in the disguise of the unexpected. There will also be those whose time in your life has come to a natural close. The shifting that is happening around you will make some separations feel clear and right, and you will know in your spirit that they are necessary. Do not resist them. Not every person who has walked with you through the wilderness is meant to walk with you into the promised land. Some were companions for a season. Honor that season. Release them with peace. And trust that what I bring in to replace what departs will exceed what was there before. Your circle is being refined, not reduced. What appears to be a narrowing is actually a deepening. The relationships that remain and the ones that arrive will carry greater purpose, greater loyalty, and greater love than what the former season held. Quality is rising where quantity is decreasing. And in that rising, you will find the connection and belonging you have been longing for. This is restoration at every level, not just the outside circumstances being set right. The whole of your life, the inside and the outside, the private and the visible, the emotional and the practical. I am a thorough God. I leave nothing unattended. Not one part of you has been overlooked. Every dimension of your life is included in what I am doing. The word the prophet Isaiah carried said that I would give beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. That is not poetry for its own sake. That is a precise description of the exchange I make. Ashes are what remains when fire has passed through. They are the evidence of what was lost. And I take even that, even the evidence of the worst of what happened, and I exchange it for beauty. So, the very thing that should be the reminder of your pain becomes the foundation of your testimony. I do not waste even the ashes. My precious child, we have walked a long road together, you and I. I have seen every version of you, the one who was full of hope and the one who was barely holding on, the one who ran toward me and the one who was too exhausted to move. I have known every corner of you, and I have never once stepped back. You have never been too broken for my love or too lost for my reach. That has always been true, and it will always be true. The new season you are stepping into is not a reward for perfection. It is a gift given in love by a Father who sees not just who you are right now, but who you are becoming. I see the whole of you across all of time. I see the courage that is still forming in you. I see the capacity for compassion that is deepening in you because of what you have walked through. I see the wisdom being laid in you like a slow and patient river, carving its channel through stone. You are not finished. You are being completed. And what is being completed is magnificent. I want you to understand something about the anointing that is resting on you now. Anointing is not something you earn by achieving a standard. It is something I place on a life that I have chosen to carry, my purposes into the world. Moses was anointed in the burning bush in the middle of the wilderness, not in the palace. David was anointed on a hillside, standing in the smell of sheep before anyone knew his name. Gideon received his calling while hiding in a winepress, afraid and unseen. I do not wait for you to arrive at a polished, confident version of yourself before I anoint you. I anoint you in the middle of where you are. And the anointing does the transforming. You have been anointed to carry something into every space you enter. A presence, a peace, a quality of stillness and strength that other people will feel without being able to name. Rooms will shift when you walk into them, not because of who you are in yourself, but because of who I am in you. That is the nature of my anointing. It moves outward from the vessel. It touches what you touch. It speaks through your words without you having to try to make it happen. It is given. It is permanent. It is already at work. People will come to you in the days ahead who are standing in the places you have stood. They will carry the same weight you carried, asking the same questions you asked, and you will be able to look them in the eye and tell them with the authority of lived experience that it is true, that the silence breaks, that the waiting ends, that the God who promises is the God who delivers. Your testimony will be the evidence someone else needs to hold on for one more day. And I trusted that responsibility to you on purpose. Share what I have done in you, not to perform, but because living water is meant to flow. Every word of hope you speak out of what you have received will carry the authority of heaven behind it. It will not just be words, it will be truth, confirmed by experience. And truth confirmed by experience is the most powerful thing you can offer another soul. The light that has entered your life in this hour will not fade when morning comes. It is not a feeling that rises and falls with your circumstances. It is a settled truth, a covenant reality, a promise sealed in my own nature. You are seen. You are known. You are loved without limit. You are covered by a grace you did not earn and cannot lose. You are moving into a season where that truth becomes visible, not just to you, but to everyone around you. Do not return to the old way of seeing yourself. Do not pick up the old measurements and apply them to who you are now. That version of you is behind you. The one walking forward carries something different, carries the mark of what I have done, carries the peace that endures, carries the authority that comes from having been through the fire and walked out the other side. You are different now. Walk like it. Speak like it. Expect like it. The road ahead is not without its challenges. I will not pretend to you that every day from here will be easy. But I will tell you this with certainty. You will not walk any of it alone. I will be before you on the road, preparing what you have not yet encountered. I will be behind you, guarding what you have already passed through. I will be beside you in the moments that feel impossible. And I will be within you, providing the strength that surpasses what you could generate on your own. You are surrounded. You are accompanied. You are never, not even for a single breath, on your own. Let what has been spoken settle into the deep places. Let it become the ground you stand on rather than the thought you think. Truth heard is good. Truth inhabited is transformation. I am not giving you a temporary lift. I am building something permanent in you. And what I build, no storm can take down. Rest now in what is yours. The miracle is not coming. It has arrived. The blessing is not on its way. It is here, in this moment, in this breath, in the quiet certainty that has been growing in you as these words have reached your spirit. This is your turning point. This is your hour, and I have been saving it for you. My beloved, go now and carry the light that has touched you tonight into every corner of your life. Speak it to those who need it. Live it in front of those who are watching. And when you look back from the place where I am bringing you, you will see that this was the night where everything changed. Say amen and receive it, because what I have spoken over your life today is already done.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop. Right now, wherever you are, whatever is pressing against your mind, stop. I am not asking you to pause because your situation is ordinary. I am asking you to stop because you are closer to a wrong turn than you realize. This moment reached you for a reason. If you walk past it without truly listening, the days ahead may carry pain you did not have to feel. So stay with me. Give me your full attention, not just the surface of it. I'm not speaking to your convenience right now. I am speaking to the deepest part of you that still knows the sound of my voice. You may feel like today is no different from yesterday. Another heavy morning. Another list of problems sitting on your chest before you have even risen from your bed. But I see what is in front of you, and it is more than you're weighing right now. I see what your eyes cannot reach yet. I see what is forming just ahead, outside your line of sight. And I am choosing to speak now, because silence would not be love. It would be abandonment. And I do not abandon the ones I have made. There is a quiet disturbance in you. You have noticed it. You have tried naming it stress, exhaustion, or simply a dark mood that will pass. But you have not fully admitted what you already sense, that something is not right. There is a tight feeling in your chest that will not leave. A pull towards something you know is not good for you. A door you keep standing near, reaching for the handle, telling yourself this time will be different. I want to speak plainly about that door. I want you to understand why I'm asking you not to open it. I'm not speaking to you from a distance. I've been present in every quiet moment you have spent carrying weight that no one around you fully understood. I've been there in the long nights when your strength ran thin and no one was watching. I have seen the smiles you wore over real pain. I have seen the choices you made when your heart was starving for some kind of comfort. When loneliness became so loud, you would accept almost anything to quiet it down. I do not say this to shame you. I say it because I was there, and I know the full story, not just the parts you show others. Because of what you have survived, a quiet lie has settled into your thinking. The lie says, you are strong enough to go back. You handled it once, so you can handle it again. But endurance is not the same as wisdom. Being able to survive something is not the same as being permitted to keep returning to it. The fact that you made it through does not mean you are meant to go back. Some things were never designed to be revisited. They were designed to be left behind permanently, so that what comes next has room to grow in the space they once occupied. I am not speaking to you with harshness. I am speaking the way a watchman speaks when he sees something approaching that the person inside cannot yet see. Not to frighten, to warn while there is still time to choose a different direction. I am reaching you now, before the cost becomes something you carry for years. This is not a threat. This is mercy arriving ahead of the consequence. You have learned, over a long time, how to push through pain without stopping. You have learned how to fold everything difficult into the back of your chest and keep moving forward, keep smiling, keep functioning. That capacity has served you, but it has also trained you to ignore signals your spirit is sending you, signals that are meant to protect you, not punish you. That unease you feel right now is not a malfunction. It is precision. It is exact. I placed it there, and I am asking you not to silence it again. Declare your Amen, if this word is finding its place in your spirit. So before you take another step in the direction you have been drifting, pause long enough to do this one thing. Be honest with me. Not polished, not composed. Honest. Tell me what is pulling at you. Tell me what you keep picking up and putting back down. Tell me what you have been circling, rationalizing, negotiating with in your own mind. I already know all of it. I am not asking because I need the information. I am asking because something shifts when you stop hiding it, even from yourself. Honesty breaks the hold that secrecy builds. And right now, the thing pulling at you has more power than it deserves, partly because you have not yet fully named it in the light. I have not brought you through everything you have survived just to watch you walk back into what once broke you. You have come further than your current doubts give you credit for. You have healed in places you once thought would stay raw forever. There is real ground under your feet now, solid ground, not the shifting surface you used to stand on. Do not trade it, not for comfort that lasts a few hours, not for relief that arrives with a hidden bill attached to it. not for the familiar weight of something that once felt like connection, but left you more alone than before. Hear me now. The warning itself is proof of the love. I do not warn people I have abandoned. I do not speak ahead of time to those I have given up on. This word reaching you today is evidence that I am still watching, still near, still holding the door to a better direction open for you. Walk through it. Not tomorrow. Now. You are standing right at the place where one small decision echoes forward into months. Choose the right one, and do it with the full weight of what I have just said settling into you. You are living in a season crowded with voices. They come from every direction, and many of them are soft. That is the thing I most need you to understand. Soft does not mean safe. A voice that soothes you is not automatically a voice that serves you. A voice that makes the moment easier to bear is not automatically a voice that leads you toward something good. You have been making the mistake of measuring voices by how they feel as they arrive, rather than by what they leave behind once they have settled in. Think about this honestly. There are voices in your life, people, patterns in your own thinking, things you return to when you are tired, that make you feel instantly better in the moment, but leave you a little less anchored each time you walk away. You feel temporarily relieved. Then later, slower, quieter, you notice your clarity has softened. Your resolve has loosened. You are a little more willing to excuse something you were firm about the week before. That is not coincidence. That is the direction a voice was actually leading you, while you were focused only on how it felt at the beginning. Comfort and truth are not always the same thing. They can travel together, yes, but they often do not. A voice can be warm and still carry something harmful underneath that warmth. A voice can sound like understanding and still be steering you away from real wisdom. A voice can make you feel deeply known, deeply seen, deeply heard, and still be moving you further from what is right. The feeling of being understood is powerful. I know that, especially when you have gone long stretches feeling unseen. But you cannot let that feeling become a reason to stop examining what is actually being offered to you. Declare, I believe, if you are receiving this into your spirit today. Here is what I want you to practice. When a voice reaches you, whether that is a person speaking, something you consume quietly in your private hours, or even a recurring thought that shows up dressed in gentle language, do not simply ask, how does this make me feel right now? Ask instead, what does this produce in me over the next several days? Do I feel clearer or more confused? Do I feel more rooted in truth or more willing to compromise? Things I know matter. Do I feel more courageous in what is right, or do I find myself looking for clever reasons to delay what I already know I need to do? Those questions cut through the surface quickly. They will show you things that tone of voice never reveals, because tone of voice can be manufactured. Anyone can speak softly. Anyone can choose gentle words. But what a voice actually produces, in your spirit over time, that cannot be faked for long. The fruit always tells the real story, eventually. I want you to understand the method that works against your peace. It rarely arrives through obvious aggression. It rarely looks frightening. Instead, it often comes through permission, through words that sound like freedom but are actually the loosening of something important in you, through comfort that validates your pain without ever asking you to grow beyond it, through encouragement that feels good in the moment but leaves you more attached to the very thing you needed to release, through reassurance that quietly lowers the standard you were holding yourself to, until the standard disappears entirely and you barely notice it is gone. The goal of that kind of influence is always the same: to move you forward before wisdom has time to speak, to make compromise feel reasonable, to make the thing you know is wrong feel manageable, to make the door you needed to close feel like it still deserves to be open, and it rarely announces itself as danger. It arrives gently, wrapped in exactly what your tired heart was craving at exactly the moment you were too worn out to examine it carefully. So I am asking you to raise a standard inside yourself, not out of suspicion toward every person around you, but out of a genuine commitment to guard what you have built. There is a real difference between being suspicious of everyone and being wise about what you allow in. Wisdom is not cold. Wisdom is not isolating. Wisdom is simply alert. It knows the difference between warmth that heals and warmth that numbs. It knows the difference between rest and avoidance. It knows when comfort is a gift and when comfort is a substitute for something harder and more necessary. My voice is different. I know you have felt the difference, even if you have not always been able to describe it. When I speak to you, something in your deepest place recognizes it, not because the words always feel pleasant, but because they carry a quality that other voices do not. They carry weight without crushing you. They carry honesty without leaving you feeling abandoned. They may challenge you directly, but they also give you the grace to face what they ask of you. That is the signature. A word that challenges you and equips you at the same time is a word from me. A voice that flatters you and slowly erodes your inner ground is a voice you need to step back from, regardless of how much you enjoy the way it sounds. Let me into this part of your life, not as one more voice among many, competing for your attention, as the primary voice, the one you bring everything else to, the one you hold other words up against, to see what is true and what is not. Let me become familiar enough to you that imitation cannot fool you. Let me retrain your ears to the point where you know, within a few sentences, whether something is drawing you closer to peace or slowly pulling you away from it. This is not something that happens by accident. It requires you to spend enough quiet time with me that my voice becomes unmistakable. Start now. Start here. Let what I am speaking become the loudest thing in you today. There is something working against you that I need to name directly. Not because I want you to be frightened, but because naming it accurately is the first step toward not being controlled by it. The opposition to your peace does not generally work through obvious attacks. It does not usually announce itself. It works through subtle permission. It works by finding the place where you are most tired, most lonely, or most desperate for relief, and then offering you exactly what you crave at exactly that moment. And the offer always sounds reasonable. That is how you know to be careful. It will dress disobedience in the language of self-care. It will make an old harmful attachment sound like healing because it feels familiar. It will take your real, legitimate pain and use it as a justification for a choice that will produce even more pain later. It will speak the language of freedom while quietly tying you to something that keeps you in place. It will point to your exhaustion as evidence that you deserve relief, and then hand you something that only deepens the exhaustion once the initial comfort fades. I say this not to make you feel hunted. I say it because you are not powerless here. You are not at the mercy of every voice and pull that comes your way. You have been given something stronger than any of this: discernment. And discernment does not work through suspicion. It works through steady attention, through the habit of pausing long enough to ask the right question before you move, through not letting how convincing something sounds be the only reason you agree to it. My child, I'm asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Here is the practice I want you to carry with you. Whenever a voice reaches you, whenever a pull arises, whenever a familiar pattern begins beckoning you back towards something you have already moved away from, bring that thing honestly to me, not with a prepared argument for why you should be allowed to have it, not already half committed and hoping I will confirm the decision you have already made. Come with an open hand and an honest question. Is this from you? Does this belong in my life right now? What will this produce in me if I accept it? Ask, and then be still enough to actually listen for the answer. Not for a few seconds while your mind is already racing ahead. Actually still. Let the noise of your own wanting settle down. And then notice what rises in that quiet. Notice whether what was calling so loudly a moment ago begins to lose its urgency in the stillness. Notice whether the peace you feel when you are close to me increases or decreases when you hold the thing up to honest examination. These are not small observations. They are data. They are the exact kind of information that protects your future. You have a history of knowing something was wrong before you could explain it. That internal signal is real. I placed it there. The problem is not that you lack the signal. The problem is that you have trained yourself to override it, usually by arguing yourself out of what you already sensed. You tell yourself you are being too cautious. You tell yourself it is not as serious as it feels. You tell yourself the unease is just fear of change, not a genuine warning. And sometimes that is true. But you do not decide which kind it is by silencing it. You decide by bringing it to me. There is something I want you to understand about the way I actually speak. My voice does not require chaos to be heard. I speak in the clarity that exists after the noise has died down. I speak in the steadiness present when you have stepped back from immediate pressure and simply been still with me. If a direction only makes sense when you are spinning, if it only feels right when your emotions are at their most frantic, be careful with it. Truth does not need you destabilized to become convincing. Only pressure needs that. I do not manipulate you. That is an important thing for you to hold on to. Everything I ask of you comes with the grace to do it. Every hard word I speak comes with the strength to carry it. Every door I ask you to close, I provide the resolve to actually shut it and walk away. That is the difference. When something is genuinely from me, you will find, even in the difficulty of it, that you are not left without the resources to follow through. The path may not be easy, but you will not be empty-handed on it. Grow familiar enough with that quality that you can recognize its absence. Because when something that presents itself as divine leading leaves you feeling spiritually hollow, when it asks you to move but leaves you feeling divided and unstable on the inside, when it promises peace but produces inner noise, that is not my hand on your shoulder. That is something else wearing a convincing disguise. Come closer. Not just when you need rescue, not only in the moments when everything has already broken apart. Come closer in the ordinary moments, in the small daily pauses, in the quiet before the day begins pressing down on you. Let me become the voice your spirit is most familiar with, so that everything else gets measured against it automatically. That is how you stay safe in a season full of noise. Not by becoming suspicious of everything, but by becoming so anchored in the real thing that substitutes cannot hold you for long. Now I want to turn this conversation toward the people around you, because some of what is disturbing your peace is not a habit or a situation, it is a person. And this is an area where I have watched you be more patient than wisdom required and more loyal than was healthy. Not because you were wrong to care, but because you were measuring the wrong thing. You have been measuring safety by intention. You have been asking yourself, does this person mean me harm? And because the answer is often no, you have concluded that their presence must be acceptable. But safety is not only about whether someone wishes you well. Safety is also about what their presence actually produces in you over time. A person can have good intentions and still consistently leave you emotionally drained. A person can genuinely care about you in their own way and still keep you anchored to a version of yourself you have already outgrown. Intentions and fruit are two different things. I need you to start measuring the fruit. Ask yourself what happens to your inner world after time with this person. Does your thinking become clearer or cloudier? Does your resolve to do what is right strengthen or soften? Does your prayer life stay open and easy? Or does it feel like something has been placed between you and me? Does your self-respect increase? Or do you find yourself making excuses for your own choices just to keep the peace? These are not small, peripheral questions. They tell you what is actually growing in the soil of that relationship. Some people belong to an earlier chapter of your life. They mattered in that chapter. They may have even been essential to who you were in that season. But a new chapter has begun, and it does not automatically inherit every person from the previous one. This is not judgment on their character. It is simply the nature of growth. When a river changes course, it does not drag all the old terrain with it. It moves into new ground. And not everything from the old path can fit in the new one. I want you to release yourself from the idea that loyalty always means proximity. You can hold someone in genuine regard and still create distance. You can wish someone well from the core of your heart and still limit how much access they have to your daily life. These two things do not cancel each other out. In fact, sometimes the most loving thing you can do, for them and for yourself, is to stop maintaining a closeness that is no longer serving either of you honestly. There are people who keep you emotionally tangled in old patterns, not because they are trying to hold you back, but simply because they have not grown in the same direction you have. They are not villains. They are not your enemies. But they are not suited for where you are going next, and continuing to give them front row access to your thoughts, your private hours, your vulnerable moments, and your decision-making is costing you more than you have been willing to admit. Your emotional energy is not infinite. Your attention is not a resource that automatically replenishes itself. When you pour significant portions of those resources into relationships that leave you more depleted than you were before, you're arriving at what matters most with less than you had. You're arriving at your prayers half empty. You're arriving at important decisions with your thinking clouded by whatever the last conversation stirred up in you. You are arriving at the things I am preparing for you next, without the full inner clarity those things require. I want to be honest with you about what I am doing in your relational world right now. I am making adjustments. Some connections are being loosened. Some voices are moving toward the edges of your life. Some conversations are becoming less frequent and less central. And if you have noticed this and felt guilty, if you have tried to force proximity back into something that was gently fading, I am asking you to stop. Do not chase what I'm moving. There is purpose in the shifting. When I quietly reduce certain connections, it is not because I want you isolated. Isolation is not what I am building. I am building space. Clarity. A different kind of quiet around you. The kind of quiet where you can actually hear yourself think. where you can actually feel what is true versus what you have been told to feel by whoever is nearest. That kind of space is not emptiness. It is room for something better to arrive. So when a connection naturally cools, let it cool without guilt. When you notice that certain conversations are leaving you scattered rather than settled, stop returning to them as often. When your spirit consistently feels unsettled after time with a particular person, that is not pettiness on your part. That is discernment doing its job. Honor it. You do not need a dramatic event as permission to protect your inner atmosphere. You do not need to wait for a visible betrayal before you are allowed to create distance that your spirit has been requesting for some time already. You can do this without anger. You can do this without a confrontation or an explanation. You can simply begin being less available. Begin investing your limited time and emotional energy into relationships that leave you more anchored, more at peace, more truthful with yourself and with me. Begin gravitating toward the people in your life who make you feel more like the person I am building you into, not less. Guard your inner atmosphere carefully. What you allow to fill the space around your heart shapes your thinking, your decisions, your courage, and your sense of what is possible. Some of the greatest limits on your life right now are not external circumstances. They are the accumulation of voices, conversations, and connections that have been slowly contracting your sense of what you are capable of. Let them go and come into the open. I know what runs through your mind when I ask you to release a relationship. The objections are familiar. You think of the history between you. You think of the moments when that person was genuinely there for you. You think of their struggles, their pain, their own story of difficulty, and your heart softens immediately. You have always been someone who leads with compassion. You feel other people's weight, and it becomes your own, almost instantly. I know this about you. I did not place that capacity in you by accident, but compassion and wisdom must travel together, or compassion becomes a door through which everything enters, including what was never meant to stay. When compassion exists without the wisdom to know where it ends, it becomes something that costs you everything, and benefits others in ways that do not always produce good things in their lives either. Endless availability is not the same as genuine love. Refusing ever to create distance is not the same as faithfulness. Sometimes the truest gift you can give someone is the dignity of encountering the real consequences of their choices, rather than always being absorbed into someone else's life, who quietly softens everything for them. So when you feel that pull of compassion rising up as a reason to keep a door open, I am not asking you to silence it. I am asking you to bring wisdom into the room alongside it. Ask yourself honestly, is keeping this door open actually helping this person? Is it helping them grow? Or is it simply removing a discomfort they should probably be sitting with? And equally, is this proximity serving the work I am doing in you? Or is it consistently pulling you sideways from it? State, I trust, if your heart is open to where I am leading you. Those are different questions from the ones your guilt usually asks. Your guilt asks, how can I close this door when they still need me? Wisdom asks, what is truly helpful here? And what am I simply doing to manage my own discomfort about maintaining distance? There is a real difference, and the answer matters. Because sometimes what looks like loyalty is actually avoidance. Sometimes what looks like compassion is actually an unwillingness to face the discomfort of creating necessary space. I want you to become comfortable with a particular kind of hard thing, letting something end without needing it to end badly. You have believed somewhere in your thinking that in order to step back from a person or a connection, something dramatic has to justify it. A betrayal, a clear injury, A visible failure on their part that everyone around you would agree makes your decision reasonable. But that is not true, and waiting for that kind of permission is keeping you attached to things longer than you should be. You are allowed to step back from a connection because it consistently leaves you less than you were before you engaged. You are allowed to reduce contact with someone because their presence reliably clouds your thinking. You're allowed to let a conversation become less frequent because you have noticed that those conversations keep redirecting you toward old ground you have already walked away from. None of that requires an accusation or an explanation. It simply requires honesty with yourself and the willingness to act on what you know. Do this gently. Do it without contempt. Do it without broadcasting your reasoning to everyone around you, but do it. A quiet withdrawal is still a choice you are permitted to make. A gradual reduction in frequency is still a valid response to what your spirit has been consistently telling you. You do not owe every person in your life unlimited access to your time, your thoughts, your emotional labor, and your attention. Those are finite resources, and they belong first to the life I am building in you. Here is something I want to settle in you permanently. The people I am placing in your life next, the ones I am preparing to walk with you into what comes after this season, they are people who will make your spirit feel larger, not smaller. They will make your thinking feel clearer after time with them, not murkier. They will speak honestly to you, even when honesty requires courage on their part. They will not require you to shrink yourself or soften your discernment in order to maintain closeness with them. They will not be threatened by the version of you that is becoming more whole and more settled. But those people cannot arrive in your life at the depth they are meant to if the space they would occupy is still full of connections that are slowly draining it. I am not making room in your life to leave it empty. I am making room so that something better can fully inhabit it. Trust the shifting. Trust that what is fading was not abandoned carelessly. Trust that I am curating, not clearing out. In the meantime, bring the people you are stepping back from into your prayers, not to fix them, not to manage their lives from a distance, but simply to release them to me properly. Let me be the one who tends to what they need. Let me be responsible for what happens in their story. Your stepping back does not mean they are forgotten. It means you are handing them to someone more capable of carrying them than you are. And it means you are finally picking up the version of your own life that has been waiting for you to have both hands free. I also want to speak to the guilt that has followed you whenever you have tried to protect your inner world. You have been told, in ways both spoken and unspoken, that needing space makes you selfish. That belief has been working against you for a long time. Generosity is real, and I value it in you. But it was never meant to mean a complete absence of self-protection. Even a field must lie fallow sometimes in order to yield again. Appropriate limits are not the enemy of love. They are often what keeps love from being entirely spent. Come forward. Not with everything resolved. Not with perfect clarity about every relationship and every person. Just come forward with the willingness to act on what you already know, and trust that I will handle what your stepping back leaves behind. There is one more thing I need to address with you before we move toward the end of what I am saying. It is something that has caused you significant harm in the past, and it is active in your life again right now. It is the feeling of urgency, the sense that something must be decided immediately, the pressure that builds inside you when a person, a situation, or your own mind begins insisting that there is no time to pause, no room to think it through, no space for a careful prayer before the answer is required. I need you to hear this clearly. That kind of urgency almost never comes from me. I move with authority, yes, I call you to action at times. I ask you to trust and step forward into things that are not yet fully clear to you. But I do not use panic as a tool. I do not depend on you being overwhelmed in order to get your cooperation. I do not create situations where the only way to obey me is to bypass your own discernment entirely. That is not my method. What you feel when I am genuinely leading you, even in the most courageous, most uncertain steps, is a deep steadiness beneath the challenge. A kind of settled clarity underneath whatever discomfort the obedience carries. Peace does not mean no difficulty, but it does mean a particular quality of stillness in your spirit that does not disappear the moment you stop running on emotion. What you feel, on the other hand, when pressure is driving you, when something other than my voice is demanding a response, is a quality of racing that does not settle when you try to slow it down. A tightness that grows louder the longer you do not give an answer. A sense that the entire opportunity will dissolve if you take even a few hours to pray and think clearly. That quality of pressure is not a holy nudge. It is a mechanism. It is designed to move you before your reasoning has time to arrive. And if you look back honestly at the decisions in your life that produce the most lasting difficulty, the ones you are still carrying the weight of, many of them were made in exactly that condition. Not from deliberate rebellion, not from choosing darkness with full knowledge, but from hurry. From the moment where the emotional pressure became so intense that agreeing felt like the only way to breathe again. From the split-second choice made when your spirit was too fatigued to hold its ground, and everything inside you simply wanted the pressure to stop. That is not your failure alone. Pressure is a real force, and it works. But now you know how it works, and knowing changes the response you are allowed to give it. The next time you feel that rush rising, that urgent insistence that you must decide now, must respond immediately, must commit before you have had a chance to pray, I want you to do one thing. Stop. Not forever. Not even for long. Simply stop long enough to ask, does this carry peace underneath it? Can this survive my honest prayer? Will this still feel true after I have given my spirit an hour to settle? Because here is what I know with certainty. Anything that is genuinely from me can wait for your prayer. Anything truly meant for you does not evaporate the moment you choose to seek my guidance first. What I have ordained for your life is not so fragile that your pause will destroy it. If something disappears the moment you decide to pray before answering, let it go without grief. What can only survive the absence of your discernment was never something I placed in your path. The voice of pressure says, decide now or lose it. My voice says, bring it to me first, and what is real will still be standing when you return. I want you to train yourself to notice the difference between those two qualities. Not by their volume. Pressure can shout, and I can speak quietly. Not by their tone. Pressure can imitate gentleness, but by what they do when you press pause. Pressure increases when you pause. It escalates. It becomes more insistent. It adds new reasons why waiting is dangerous, why delay will cost you, why the window is already closing. My leading does not do that. It stays consistent. It does not require the destabilization of your peace in order to remain persuasive. This matters practically right now in whatever situation is generating urgency in your life. Whatever is pushing at you in this season, a person demanding an answer, an old door pulling at you, an old pattern reasserting itself with new intensity. Bring it to stillness before you bring it to action. Sit down with it honestly. Name it in prayer. Ask me plainly whether it belongs in your life and whether now is the time. And then be patient enough to wait for clarity before you move. There is also a practical difference worth naming. Holy conviction is consistent. When I am genuinely asking you to do something, the sense of it remains steady whether you pause or press forward. Anxious pressure, by contrast, feeds on attention. The longer you sit with it without acting, the louder it gets. Recognizing that pattern alone can protect you from decisions you would not be able to undo. Say, "I receive this," if these words are speaking directly to something you are navigating right now. You are allowed to take time. You are allowed to say, "I am not ready to answer this yet." You are allowed to slow down without losing anything that was genuinely meant to stay. The patience you offer to a decision is not weakness. It is the single most protective thing you can do in a moment when pressure is telling you to run. Slow down, come to me, and let truth speak before urgency has a chance to sign your name to something that was never truly yours to carry. I want to close this conversation with the hardest truth I have spoken today, because I think it is the one you most need to sit with. You are standing at a point of decision. You have been here before, and in previous versions of this moment, you made the choice based on which path hurt less in the immediate hour. The path of letting something go felt sharp and immediate and real. The path of holding on felt easier, softer, more survivable. So you chose what hurt less right now, without fully accounting for what that choice was going to cost you over the following months. I want you to understand the difference between those two kinds of pain, not so that you feel guilty about the past, but so that you make a different calculation going forward. The pain that comes from obedience is immediate. You feel it the moment you make the right choice. You feel the ache of a door closing, the weight of an absence, the discomfort of a boundary held, the strange grief of saying no to something your heart still wants. That pain is real. I am not going to tell you it is not. It costs something genuine to choose rightly when everything in you is pulling in another direction. But that pain has a direction. It moves forward. It begins to diminish with time as the right choice takes root and begins producing something in your life. The space that seemed so empty after a right decision begins slowly filling with clarity, with settled thinking, with a deeper kind of peace that does not require constant maintenance or negotiation, with the capacity to hear my voice more cleanly because the interference has been removed. The obedient choice that cost you so much in the moment is the same choice that months from now you will look back on as the one that finally allowed something good to take hold. The pain that comes from continuing to go against what you know, that pain moves differently. It begins quietly. There is relief at first. The pressure of the immediate moment releases. The familiar comfort returns. And for a while, it seems like the right choice was the one that felt easier. But underneath, slowly, in places you do not examine every day, something is accumulating. A dullness that settles over your spirit a little at a time. A growing distance from the clarity you once had. A creeping awareness that the decision you made is now requiring more and more maintenance, more justification, more rationalizing, more effort to keep the unease quiet. And the more you maintain it, the more entangled you become. That is the nature of the wrong path. It does not immediately announce its cost. It spreads the cost out over time in small daily losses until one day you look up and realize you have traveled a great distance from where you were meant to be. And the return journey is longer now than it needed to be. My child, I am telling you this because I want you to choose the clean pain. The sharp, immediate, fully felt pain of the right decision. I want you to choose it not because I enjoy watching you struggle, but because I know exactly what waits on the other side of it. I have seen the whole road. You are standing at the beginning of a stretch that looks difficult. but I have seen where it opens up. I have seen what is waiting for you past the discomfort of this choice. And I am telling you clearly, it is worth it. The price of obedience today is small compared to the cost of another long season of circling the same ground. I do not ask you to pretend the right choice is easy. I do not ask you to manufacture happiness about a decision that genuinely costs you something. I ask only for honesty and the willingness to act on what you know, even when it hurts. Especially when it hurts. Because that is where faith actually lives. Not in the moments when following me costs you nothing, but in the moments when it asks you for something real. You've been walking with me long enough to have evidence. Look back at the right choices you made in the past that were painful in the moment. Look at what those choices eventually built. Look at the seasons that followed the hard decisions. The ones where you held the line or let something go or stepped back when every part of you wanted to stay. Look at what grew in the aftermath. That is the testimony. Not of a life without difficulty, but of a life where difficulty was allowed to produce something lasting, rather than simply prolonged. I'm with you in what comes next, not watching from a distance to see whether you get it right. Present, close, walking directly beside you through whatever the next hours and days require. When the discomfort of the right decision rises, I will be there in it with you. When the temptation to reverse the choice and go back to what was easier returns, and it will return, probably more than once, I will be the voice steady enough to hold you if you stay near me. Stay near me. Not just in the crisis moments, in the quiet, ordinary moments too. In the mornings before the day puts its full weight on you. In the pauses between one thing and the next. Let me be the voice you return to consistently, until my company feels more natural than the noise that has been filling the space instead. This is not the end of what I am building in you. It is a turning point in the middle of it. What you choose today does not determine everything, but it matters. It matters more than you have been willing to sit with. So, sit with it now. Let the weight of it land fully, and then choose the right thing, not for how it feels in this hour, but for what it will build in all the hours that follow. I am not finished with your story, not even close, and what comes next is better than what you are holding on to now. Say yes if you are ready to take the next step forward with me today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, something happened last night, and you do not know about it yet. While you slept, I was moving. While the house grew quiet and your thoughts finally loosened their grip, my hand was at work in matters you could not see. I did not wake you because the work was mine to do. But I am telling you now, because you were never meant to walk on unaware. Listen closely, for what I say next is meant for you alone. You felt something pull at you just now, a quiet tug that made you pause. That pull was not random. It was my spirit reaching for yours, the same way I have reached for you many times before. On most days, the noise of life swallowed my call before it could land. Today you stopped. Today you are listening, and heaven takes notice when you listen. Last night there were plans forming around you that carried harm inside them. You never saw them. They wore ordinary faces and moved in ordinary ways, which is why they were dangerous. But I saw every detail, and I stepped in. I shifted what needed shifting. I closed what needed closing. I turned aside a path that would have cost you dearly, and I did it while you rested because I do not need your strength in order to protect you. Perhaps you felt restless in the night, Perhaps your heart raced without reason, or a heaviness settled over you that you could not name. That was not weakness, and it was not your imagination. Something was being contested in the unseen, and your name was at the center of it. I did not allow it to reach you. I stood between you and what was moving toward your life, and I stopped it before it arrived. I am telling you this for a reason. You have been asking me quietly for a sign. In the middle of your ordinary days, you have wondered whether I still see you, whether your prayers rise any higher than the ceiling, whether your path still matters to me. You have carried that question longer than you have admitted to anyone. Hear my answer now. I see you. I hear you. And last night I acted for you without being asked, because my care for you does not wait for your permission. Do not brush this moment aside. There's a real danger in walking away from what I am showing you, not because I would punish you, but because awareness changes everything. When you know that my hand is on your life, you walk differently. You choose differently. You stop bowing to fear as if it ruled you. But when you stay unaware, you keep wandering through your days as though you were alone, and you were never alone. Not for 1 hour of your life. I know what this past season has taken out of you. I know the weight you carry when you rise in the morning and the heavier weight you set down at night. You have held yourself together in front of others while quietly coming apart in private. You have answered, "I am fine," with a steady voice and an unsteady heart. My child, I was not fooled and I was not far. Every hidden struggle unfolded in front of my eyes. You were never intended to carry all of this by yourself. That was never my design for you. Yet somewhere along the way, you learned to trust your own grip more than my hands. You learned to expect little, so that disappointment could not find you. You learned to stay busy, so the deeper questions could not catch you. I have watched these habits form, and I have waited for the right moment to interrupt them. This is that moment. What happened last night was an interruption of my mercy. I broke a pattern that has been quietly steering your life. You have repeated certain cycles for years, trusting what looked familiar, returning to what felt known, even when it left you empty. I saw where that road was leading. I saw the version of your future that would have formed if nothing changed. And because I love you, I refused to let it stand. So I moved with force and with precision. Some things in your life are about to feel different, and I want you to understand why before the changes confuse you. Certain doors will not open again, no matter how you knock. Certain people will feel distant, though you cannot point to a single quarrel. Certain desires that once drove you will grow strangely quiet. None of this is loss. All of it is my hand clearing the ground for what I am building next. I am not asking you to understand everything tonight. I am asking you to stay with me through these words, because each truth I speak will build on the one before it. You are standing at a turning point, my beloved. One road continues the life you have been surviving. The other opens into the life I have been preparing. The difference between them is not effort. It is trust. Hear this clearly. I am not angry with you. I have not been keeping a record of your failures to read back to you. If distance grew between us, it was not because I withdrew. I have been speaking all along in the stillness before dawn, in the sudden ache of longing you could not explain, in the strange peace that found you on your hardest days. You are hearing me now because your heart is finally quiet enough to receive what I have wanted to say for a long time. So let these words settle deep. Last night was real. The protection was real. The battle you never saw was real, and so was the victory. You are waking up today inside a life that was defended while you slept. That truth alone should change the way you stand, the way you breathe, the way you face whatever this day brings. If your heart believes that I am speaking to you now, declare your amen. Now let me show you what I removed, so you will not mourn what was never meant to stay. There was a door in front of you that looked promising. From where you stood, it seemed like relief, like progress, like the answer you had waited for. But I could see behind it, and behind it was a slow draining of your peace. It would have taken from you quietly, month after month, and given back just enough to keep you from leaving. I shut that door, my child. Do not stand at it grieving. Thank me at it instead and walk on. There was also a person near you whose intentions were not what they appeared. Their words were warm. Their manner was kind. But I saw what moved beneath the surface, and it was not for your good. I began creating distance between you before their influence could sink roots into your soul. You may have already sensed the space growing and wondered what you did wrong. You did nothing wrong. That distance is mine. Do not chase it closed again. I know how this sounds to a heart that hates losing people. You replay conversations. You search your own words for the mistake. You wonder if one more attempt, one more apology, one more soft answer might restore what is fading. My beloved, some things fade because I am letting them fade. Not everyone who started this journey beside you is able to walk where I am taking you. Some knew the person you were and quietly need you to stay that person. I will not let your future be held prisoner by their comfort. And those delays that have frustrated you, the ones that made you feel forgotten or passed over, look at them again with new eyes. Every one of them was placed with care. You thought the slow seasons meant I had stopped working. In truth, I was working most in the seasons that looked most still. Arrivals have their appointed hours. If I had let you move when you wanted to move, you would have arrived before the way was safe. The timing you fought against was the very thing shielding you. There is a hard word I must speak now, and I speak it in love. What I removed last night must not be invited back. Some of what I take away will attempt to return, wearing new promises, speaking softer words, appearing at exactly the moment you feel lonely or tired. It will look changed. It rarely is. When it comes knocking, remember this hour. Remember that I closed that door with my own hand, and I do not close doors carelessly. You must also release what you have been holding against others. I see the resentment you keep in a back room of your heart, tended quietly, visited when old wounds ache. You believe it protects you. It does not protect you. It binds you to the very moments that hurt you, and it keeps a portion of your strength locked in the past where it can do no good. Bring it to me. You do not have to pretend the wound never happened. You only have to stop carrying the one who caused it on your back. Release your grip on control as well. You have tried to manage every outcome, to plan against every possible sorrow, to hold your world together with watchfulness and worry. I understand why. Life taught you early that if you did not hold things, they fell. But my child, you were holding what I never asked you to hold. Security does not come from your grip. It comes from my faithfulness. Loosen your hands and you will find they are finally free to receive. Consider what I am telling you about this new season. What is truly from me will not confuse you. It will not drain you dry and call it love. It will not make you beg for scraps of peace. When I bring something into your life, it comes with a settled quality, a rightness you can feel without forcing. That is how you will tell my provision apart from the counterfeits. The counterfeit demands your anxiety. My provision asks only for your trust. In the coming days, watch how things begin to shift. The conversation will land differently than it would have a month ago. A worry that circled your mind for years will simply lose its voice. An old temptation will look strangely small, like a giant seen from a distance. These are not accidents. These are the visible edges of the unseen work I completed last night, surfacing one by one into your days. Watch, too, how you begin to see people clearly. I am sharpening your discernment, not to make you suspicious, but to make you wise. You will notice who celebrates your growth and who merely tolerates it. You will feel the difference between those who pour into you and those who only draw from you. Do not use this clarity as a weapon. Use it as a map. Let it show you where to invest your heart and where to guard it. None of this requires you to confront anyone or to announce anything. The changes I make do not need your defense. Stay quiet, stay steady, and let what I am doing unfold at its own pace. Your task is not to manage this transition. Your task is to trust the one who authored it. I have never yet begun a work in you that I failed to finish, and I will not begin now. So stand at the edge of this new season without looking backward. What lies behind you had its time. Some of it taught you. Some of it wounded you. All of it has now released you, whether it meant to or not. The road ahead is cleaner than the road behind because I have swept it myself. Walk it without dragging the past behind you like a chain. If you trust my hand over what stays and what goes, let your amen rise now. Now I must speak to you about the divided place where you have been living. Part of you leans toward me. Part of you keeps one hand on the old life just in case. You pray, but you also hedge. You believe, but you also brace for disappointment. My child, I have honored your freedom through every season of this wavering, but I will not pretend it costs you nothing. A divided heart receives a divided portion. There are blessings assigned to your name that have waited, not because I withheld them, but because they require both of your hands, and one of yours has been full. I am not asking for a corner of your life. I am asking for the whole of it. Not because I hunger for control, but because halfway surrender produces halfway peace. And I want you whole. Think of what you have gained from the things you trusted instead of me. The busyness gave you no rest. The approval of others fed you for an evening and left you hungry by morning. The careful plans could not hold back a single storm. You have tested every other refuge. I am the only one that has never fallen. Full commitment is not a feeling. It is a decision made in an ordinary moment that turns every moment after it. It sounds like this. Whatever you ask, my answer is yes before I hear the question. It looks like obeying the quiet prompting even when it costs you comfort. It looks like bringing me the first of your attention, the first of your trust, the first of what your hands have earned, instead of whatever remains at the end. And here is where I will test the soil of your heart, not with words, but with an act. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Understand what has always been true about an altar. It was never a place of loss. It was a meeting place, the ground where trust became visible. When my servant Abraham climbed the mountain with his son, he was not proving his love to me with words. He laid the dearest thing he had on the stones, and in that moment of open hands, he discovered that I myself would provide. The provision was already waiting on the mountain. It always is. But it is only ever found by those who climb. I have watched fear counsel you about your provision for years. Fear tells you to hold everything tightly, to measure what is left, to treat every act of generosity as a threat to your survival. Fear does its arithmetic and always arrives at the same answer. Not yet, not now, not this much. But fear has never once fed you, my child. I have fed you. Through every lean season you have ever survived, the bread kept arriving, the way kept opening, and you are still here. That was not luck. That was me. The widow at Zarephath had a handful of flour and a little oil and a famine at her door. When my prophet asked her to make him bread first, everything sensible in her said no. She gave anyway from the very bottom of her lack, and from that day the flour did not run out and the oil did not run dry. I did not multiply what she kept. I multiplied what she released. This is a law of my kingdom that the fearful never discover. The seed held in the hand stays a seed forever. Only the seed that leaves the hand becomes a field. So examine what you are still gripping and ask yourself an honest question. Is it provision, or has it quietly become a substitute for me? Whatever you cannot release has begun to rule you. I do not want your resources nearly as much as I want your freedom, and this is the narrow door to it. When your hands learn to open, your whole life learns to open. Trust moves from being a word you say to a weight you have actually placed somewhere. After the releasing comes the receiving, and I want you to receive without guilt. You have sometimes treated your own hopes as if they were greedy, as if wanting a full life offended me. It does not offend me. I planted those hopes. The harvest I am preparing for you is not a bare survival. It is enough and then more than enough, so that your life becomes a channel and not a container. I bless you to make you a blessing. That has been the pattern since I first called Abraham out of his father's land. But hear me carefully. Do not give in order to bargain with me. I am not a merchant, and heaven is not a marketplace. Give because you have decided fear will no longer sit in the counting room of your life. Give because you have finally believed that I am your source, and every other stream flows from that one river. The act matters because of what it breaks and what it declares, not because I need what is in your hand. The whole earth is already mine. What I am after, and what I have always been after, is your heart, resting at last in my faithfulness. This is the commitment I am drawing you into, complete and unhedged. Not a season of trying harder, but a life with both hands finally free. Everything I still intend to tell you tonight rests on this foundation, so let it settle in you before we go on. The one who asks for your whole trust is the same one who defended you in the dark last night while you slept. I have already shown you what my faithfulness looks like. Now I am inviting you to answer it with yours. There is something I have wanted to say to you for a long time, and it concerns the battles no one ever saw. Others looked at your steady face and assumed your life was easy. They saw you show up, keep your word, carry your load, and they never guessed what it cost. But I watched the hours behind the hours. I watched you lie awake doing quiet arithmetic with worries. I watched you gather yourself in small rooms before walking out to be strong for everyone else. None of it escaped me. Not one hidden hour. Heaven keeps a different ledger than earth keeps. Earth records the visible, titles, victories, applause. Heaven records the concessions no one thanked you for, the honest choice made when a dishonest one would have been easier, the forgiveness you extended before it was ever requested. By earth's ledger you may feel unremarkable. By mine you have been quietly faithful in ways that many celebrated people never were. I measure by the heart, and your heart has carried more weight with less complaint than you give it credit for. You held your ground when leaving would have been simple. You kept your principles when bending them would have paid better. You stayed kind in seasons that gave you every excuse to turn hard. Do you understand what that kind of endurance does in the unseen realm? Quiet, steady trust is not a small force. It unsettles darkness more than loud declarations ever could. The shadows do not fear noise, my child. They fear a soul that keeps believing in the dark. Think of iron in the forge. The smith does not hate the metal when he holds it in the fire. He is not punishing it. He is driving out the brittleness, the impurities, everything that would make the blade snap under pressure on the day it matters. Then comes the hammer, blow after blow, each one placed with intention. To the iron it must feel like ruin. To the smith it is the making. You have been in that fire and you have felt those blows, and I will tell you what the smith could tell you. Nothing about this process has been careless. You are being made fit for use. The trials you walked through were never a verdict on your worth. Do not read your hardships as evidence that you are cursed or overlooked. Read them honestly. Some came from a broken world, some from the choices of others, some from the adversary's schemes against a life that threatens him. But mark this, all of them passed through my hands first, and everything permitted was measured. You were never given more than could be redeemed, and every ounce of it is being turned, even now, toward your strength and your usefulness. That is why the opposition against you grew loudest right before this hour. Have you noticed? The confusion thickened, the setbacks clustered together, the discouragement pressed in from every side at once. Darkness does not waste its effort on empty ground, my child. No one ambushes a wagon that carries nothing. The intensity of the resistance is itself a testimony to the weight of what you carry. The adversary is not fighting your past. He has read the direction of your path and it frightens him. So let me reframe the struggle you are in. The pressure you feel is not the sign of a closed heaven. It is the tremor that comes just before ground breaks open. When resistance rises to its loudest, it is almost always because a hold is slipping. Something that has claimed territory in your life senses its lease has ended. Its noise is not power, it is protest. The truly powerful do not need to shout, and I, who hold every outcome, am speaking to you in a calm and steady voice. And now the word I most want to leave in you. Stop trying to prove yourself. You have spent years auditioning for love that should have been given freely. You learned to earn your place, to justify your presence, to be useful enough that no one would leave. Set that burden down. Your worth was settled when I formed you, and no performance can add to it, and no failure can subtract from it. The people who require you to perform were never offering love. They were offering a wage. I kept some of your best work hidden from human eyes on purpose. You wondered why your faithfulness went unnoticed, why others were praised for less than you quietly did. Here is why. I would not let your soul learn to feed on applause. Recognition that comes too early makes a person hollow. They spend their lives chasing the sound of it. I was building in you something sturdier, a faithfulness that holds even when no one is looking, because that is the only kind that holds at all. You are stronger now than you have ever been, though you feel wearier than you have ever felt. Do not confuse tiredness with weakness. The soldier limping home from a won battle is tired. He is not weak. He is proven. Your weariness is the honest cost of battles that were real, and it will be restored to you. What was forged in you through all of it, the endurance, the discernment, the humility, the depth, that will not be taken from you. It is yours now, tempered and permanent. So lift your head, my precious child, not in pride, but in recognition of what has actually happened here. You went into the fire as one kind of person, and you are emerging as another. The next season will not require you to become someone new. It will simply give the person you have already become a place to stand. The making is nearly complete. What follows the forge is not more fire. What follows the forge is purpose. Now I must lift your eyes beyond your own doorstep, because the days ahead concern more than your private world. A season of shaking is approaching, and I want you prepared, not alarmed. Much that people have leaned on will prove unable to bear weight. Arrangements that seem permanent will bend. Certainties that were never true. Certainties will come apart at the seams. Many will be caught off guard, grasping for handholds that crumble as they touch them. But you, my child, are being told in advance, and that changes what this season will mean for you. Understand why shaking comes. It is not cruelty, and it is not chaos escaping my grip. When I shake what can be shaken, it is so that what cannot be shaken will finally stand out plainly. People discover what their lives are actually resting on only when the ground moves. Some will find painfully that they built on sand, but those who built on rock will find something unexpected in the trembling. Their footing holds. The storm that exposes one foundation confirms the other. I intend for you to be among the confirmed. Your steadiness will not come from predicting events. It will come from nearness to me. This is the heart of everything I am asking of you in the coming days. Stay close. Not close in the way of an occasional visit, but close in the way of a shared table, a daily walk, a conversation that never fully ends. Speak with me in the morning before the day makes its demands. Return to me in the evening with what the day left behind. Elaborate words are unnecessary. Come as a child comes to a father, plainly and often. When you live near to me like this, something forms in you that the world cannot manufacture, an inner quiet that does not depend on outer calm. While others are troubled, you will find your thoughts strangely composed. While others rush from one loud answer to the next, you will feel an unhurried knowing about which way to step. This is not because you are cleverer than they are. It is because you are listening to a voice that sees the whole road, while they navigate by the few feet in front of them. I will guide you through this season in simple, practical ways. There will be moments when I prompt you to act quickly, and hesitation would cost you. This is why I have been sharpening your hearing. There will be moments when I hold you still while everything urges you to run, and your stillness will save you. Learn now, in the small things, to move when I say move and wait when I say wait. The one who obeys in quiet seasons does not have to guess in loud ones. Watch also for my confirmations along the way. When you are walking rightly, I will leave signs for you, not spectacles, but quiet alignments. A word arriving at the exact hour you need it. A stranger's sentence answering the very question you asked me in private. A provision appearing just as its need appears. Not sooner, not later. Collect these moments and remember them, because they will steady you in stretches where the path goes dark and you must walk by what you have seen before. Let me also caution you about voices in a shaking season. When ground trembles, prophets multiply, and not all of them carry my words. Fear will preach with great confidence. Panic will dress itself as wisdom. You will hear urgent voices insisting that all is lost and clever voices selling shortcuts out of the storm. Test every voice by its fruit. My voice steadies, it never stampedes. My voice convicts, but it never condemns. Anything that drives you by terror is not from me. no matter whose mouth it borrows. Guard your peace as a soldier guards a gate, because in the coming days, peace will be the scarcest treasure in circulation, and everything will try to tax it. Not every burden that asks for your shoulders should be lifted. Not every quarrel that invites you deserves your presence. Not every alarm that sounds requires your fear. You are permitted to be untroubled in a troubled hour. This is not indifference to the world. It is trust in the one who holds it. And do not fear for those you love. I know they travel with you in every prayer, that half your worry has their names on it. Hear me, my reach does not end at the borders of your influence. The same eye that watched over you last night watches over them tonight. Pray for them, love them. Speak truth to them when the door opens, and then entrust them to hands stronger than yours. Your worry adds nothing to their protection. Your prayers add much. There is a role for you in this season beyond your own survival. When the shaking comes, steady people become shelters. Your composure will be a place where the frightened catch their breath. Your quiet certainty will raise questions in others that only truth can answer. You do not need to argue anyone into believing. You need only to stand visibly unshaken and be ready to say, when they ask you how, that you are held by a hand they cannot yet see. This is why the preparation had to come first, all of it. The fire and the pruning and the long silences you misread as absence. Shelters must be built before storms, not during them. Everything I have worked into you was measured against the weather I could see coming. You are not entering this season fragile, my beloved. You are entering it fitted, tested, and accompanied. Whatever the days ahead hold, they will find you standing, because the one who holds you does not let go. If you believe I will keep you steady through every shaking, speak your amen aloud. Let me tell you now what I am restoring, because removal was only half of last night's work. While I was clearing harmful things from your path, I was also reaching into the quiet places of your heart, where certain lights had gone dim. Chief among them was hope. Somewhere along the years, your hope learned to keep its voice down. It had been disappointed enough times that it stopped announcing itself, stopped expecting, stopped asking. You called this realism. I called it a wound. And last night I began to mend it. You will feel this mending before you can explain it. In the coming days, a strange optimism will surface at odd moments, and you will almost argue with it out of habit. Do not argue with it. That rising feeling is not naivety returning. It is hope, healed, and walking again. Let it speak at full voice. A soul that expects nothing receives little, not because I am stingy, but because closed hands and closed hearts cannot take hold of what is offered. I am reopening yours. I am also restoring your energy. Much of your tiredness was never about the hours you kept. It came from carrying silent loads, managing others' opinions, bracing against possibilities, feeding connections that only ever consumed. Now that I have cut several of those hidden drains, you will notice strength returning that no rest had been able to give you. Things that once exhausted you will simply cost less. That surplus is not an accident. I am returning your strength to you so you can spend it on what actually matters. Your thoughts will change as well. For years your mind has run like a house with too many doors open, every wind blowing through at once. I am closing doors. You will notice worries that circled for years beginning to fall quiet, not because their subjects vanished, but because their power did. In the new stillness, you will hear yourself think clearly, perhaps for the first time in a long while. Ideas will come to you with unusual completeness. Decisions that once took you weeks of agonizing will resolve in days, then in hours. This is what an untangled mind feels like. It is part of your inheritance, and I am handing it back. With the clearing comes a new opportunity, and I want you to recognize it when it arrives. It will not announce itself with noise. It will likely look modest at first, even ordinary, the way great things in my kingdom usually begin. A mustard seed does not look like a tree, but you will know it by its atmosphere. It will bring a settled sense of rightness rather than a fever of urgency. It will fit who you have become, not who you used to be. And it will ask for your faithfulness, not your frenzy. Here is the rule of discernment I want you to carry from this hour forward, because it will serve you for the rest of your life. What comes from my hand brings peace, even when it brings challenge. What comes from elsewhere brings agitation, even when it brings pleasure. My assignments may stretch you, but they will not fracture you. My doors may require courage, but they will never require you to abandon your conscience, silence your discernment, or become someone you are ashamed of. When you stand before any choice, consult the peace. It knows the way home. Do not be troubled if this opportunity ripens slowly. I build to last, and lasting things are not rushed. You have seen what becomes of sudden towers raised on shallow ground. That is not what I am building with your life. Every stage will come at its proper hour, and each stage will prepare you for the next. Your part is neither to push nor to drag your feet, but to keep pace with me. Walk when I walk, rest when I rest. The journey itself will teach you the rhythm. You will also find yourself wanting different things, and this may be the strangest change of all. Ambitions that once burned in you will cool, and you will wonder where they went. Simple things you once overlooked. Quiet mornings, honest work, unhurried conversation, true fellowship, will begin to shine with unexpected weight. Do not mourn the old desires. They belong to a person who was trying to fill an emptiness I have now begun to fill myself. When the soul is fed at its true source, its appetites come back into order. Others will notice the change in you before you notice it yourself. Some will be drawn to it and ask you what has happened, and those questions will be open doors. Others may grow uneasy around you because your peace disturbs their restlessness, and your freedom accuses their chains, though you say nothing at all. Do not soften yourself to comfort them. Do not perform your old self out of politeness. Let the change stand. It is not yours to apologize for. It is mine, and I put it there deliberately. And when the enemy attempts his old tricks, and he will attempt them, you will find his tools strangely blunted. The accusations that once pinned you to the floor will sound thin. The fears that once herded you like a shepherd will bark without teeth. He has not changed, my child. You have. A lie only rules where it is believed, and you are coming to believe truer things. Each day you walk with me, the old lies lose another finger of their grip. Receive all of this, the mended hope, the returning strength, the quieted mind, the reordered desires, as evidence of a single truth. I am not merely rescuing you from something. I am readying you for something. Rescue looks backward at the danger escaped. Readiness looks forward at the purpose approaching. Last night contained both. The harm was turned aside and the preparation was completed. In the same dark hours, by the same faithful hand. You are not simply safe, my beloved. You are appointed. And what you have been prepared for is nearer than you think. And now, my child, we arrive at the reason for all of it. The protection was not the point. The pruning was not the point. Even the restoration, sweet as it will be, was not the point. All of it was preparation for a purpose, and the purpose is this. Your life is meant to carry my light into places my name is rarely spoken. not from some high seat of importance, but from the ground of your ordinary days. In the kitchen and the workplace, in the difficult conversation and the small act of unreasonable kindness, you are to be evidence that I am real. Do not shrink from that calling because you feel unqualified. I have never once chosen the qualified. I chose a stammering shepherd to confront a king. I chose a frightened farmer threshing wheat in a hidden place and called him a mighty warrior before he had won anything. I chose fishermen, tax collectors, and a persecutor on a dusty road. The pattern has never changed. I do not call the equipped. I equip the called. Your sense of insufficiency is not a barrier to my plan. It is nearly a prerequisite because the one who knows he is insufficient leans, and the one who leans is the one I can carry far. You belong to a scattered company, my faithful remnant. Souls in every land who have kept a living fire when the times blew cold. Most of them look as ordinary as you do. They are not famous. They hold no titles worth mentioning. But heaven knows each of them by name, and heaven knows you. In the season ahead, I will begin weaving some of these lives into yours. You will recognize them the way embers recognize each other, by warmth rather than by words. When you find them, hold to them. A lone coal cools quickly. Coals gathered keep a fire through the night. And to the ones already woven into your life, the ones you carry in prayer and lie awake loving, be to them what I have been to you this night. Not a preacher, a presence. When they stumble, be the hand that steadies without lecturing. When they doubt, be patient the way I was patient with your doubting. Some of them will find their way to me not through any argument, but through the unexplainable steadiness of your love. Let your life do the speaking. It is more persuasive than you know. I want to leave you with instructions simple enough to keep. Begin each day with me before you begin it with the world. Even a few unhurried moments will change the tone of everything that follows. Bring me your decisions while they are still small, before they harden into crossroads. Keep short accounts, forgive quickly, ask forgiveness quickly, and let no bitterness spend a second night under your roof. Speak truth even when your voice shakes. And when you fall, and you will fall, do not waste a single day hiding from me in shame. Come home immediately. My door has no lock on it, and it never did. Remember also what I have shown you about the hours you cannot see. You now know something most people live without knowing, that the dark is not empty. It holds a watcher, and the watcher is for you. Every night of your life from this night forward, you may lie down inside that knowledge. The one who neither slumbers nor sleeps keeps the watch, and no scheme formed in shadow prospers against a life hidden in my hand. Let that truth be the bed beneath your rest. There will still be hard days. I will not pretend otherwise, for I do not traffic in false comforts. You will meet losses that make no sense from where you stand, delays that test the patience I have grown in you, and hours when the old whisper returns to say that none of this was real. On those days, come back to these words. Remember the night I told you what happened while you slept. A thing does not stop being true because a cloud passes in front of it. The sun is not extinguished by weather, and my faithfulness is not canceled by your difficult seasons. Watch for me in the small hours and the small things, for that is where I most often move. A burden lifting without ceremony, the right word arriving through an unlikely mouth, a closed situation quietly unlocking after years. When these things happen, do not call them coincidence. Call them by their name, faithfulness, and tell someone. Testimony is how one rescued life becomes the rescue of another. Your story, told plainly, will unlock doors in hearts that sermons never opened. Soon, certain moments will come when my nearness feels almost physical, a warmth behind the ordinary surface of things. Those moments are not your imagination. They are my answer to the trust you are choosing today. But do not build your faith on feelings, for feelings keep no promises and change with the weather. Build on what I have said, and let the sweet moments be encouragements along the road, rather than the road itself. The just do not live by sensations. They live by faith. Now take your first step into this new season, and take it without looking over your shoulder. The old accusations have lost their case. The old patterns have lost their author. The old fears have lost their audience. You walk out of this hour lighter than you walked in, and the lightness is not a mood. It is an actual removal of actual weight, performed by actual hands. What I take away, no one can strap to your back again unless you stoop to help them. I set before you then everything this night has held. Protection you did not have to earn. Pruning you did not understand. A call to trust with both hands open. Strength forged in hidden fire. Steadiness for shaking days. Hope mended at its root. And a purpose fitted to your frame. This is not the end of what I will say to you. It is the beginning of a long conversation that will run like a river under the rest of your life. Return to the quiet often, and you will find me there, never hurried, never absent, never done with you. One more thing before you go. When you cannot feel me, choose to remember this hour, for memory is the anchor of faith. What I did once, I will do again, and what I have spoken tonight, I will keep. You came to these words carrying a question you could barely name, and I answer it now as plainly as it can be answered. Yes, you are seen. Yes, you are kept. Yes, there is a hand on your life that has never once trembled, and it is holding you at this very moment. Go now into this day, and the next, and the one after that, as one who slept through a battle and woke inside a victory. My peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you. Not as the world gives, fleeting and fragile, but as I give, whole and forever. If you receive this word and choose to walk with me, seal it now with your amen.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment, my child. Whatever your hands are holding, let it rest. Because what I am about to tell you will change the way you see everything you have walked through. While I was preparing this word for you, I paused over your life. Something I saw in you made all of heaven grow quiet. Not something you planned. Not something you did to be admired. Something that rose out of you so naturally that you never guessed the weight it carried in the unseen world. I want you to hear this in stillness, because it will not settle into a hurried heart. This is not a word for a crowd. It is for you alone, the one whose heart is beating a little faster right now without knowing why. Your spirit recognizes my voice even while your mind is still deciding whether to believe. That quiet stirring you feel is not these words placing something new inside you. It is my spirit confirming what you have sensed for days. Let me tell you what I saw. Not long ago, you passed through one of the hardest stretches of your road. Something came against you that seemed designed to break you. The wrong done to you was real. It was not imagined, and it was not small. The person who hurt you gave you every reason to answer in kind. Anyone who knew the whole story would have understood if you had turned cold or cruel, or simply walked away. In that moment, your own nature was shouting at you. It told you to repay what you had received. It told you to defend yourself, to expose them, to let the fire in your chest have its way. Every reasonable voice inside you argued for anger. and anger would have been easy to excuse. But something deeper in you chose another road. You held your tongue when a single sentence could have wounded them. You covered them when you could have laid their failure bare before others. You stayed and tried again when leaving would have cost you nothing in the eyes of anyone. You answered a real injury with a real mercy, and heaven does not pass over a thing like that. Hear me carefully, because I want you to understand why this mattered so much. Hearts tend to move in patterns, and those patterns have not changed since the beginning. Wound a person, and they grow hard. Betray them, and they reach for revenge. Treat them unjustly, and bitterness takes the empty chair at their table. This is the ordinary way of flesh, and I am not surprised by it. I have seen it in every generation. But once in a great while, a soul does something that breaks the pattern. A soul answers darkness with light, not because a crowd is looking on, but because of what lives in them. When that happens, it is not a small event in my sight. It moves me. And you, my child, made one of those moments happen. Understand, this is not about survival. Many people endure hardship through stubbornness or because they have no other choice, and I am gentle with them too. But what you did was different. You were struck and you blessed. You were wronged and you refused to become wrong yourself. You proved that what surrounds you does not get to decide what comes out of you. That is rare. Most souls can be read like the weather. Be kind to them and they warm. Be harsh with them and they turn to frost. Their insides rise and fall with whatever the day brings them. But you showed that nothing done to you has the power to turn you into someone you were never meant to be. Your character held from the inside, in the dark, under pressure, with no reward in sight. And here is what you could not have known. No audience stood near you in that moment. You were not performing for anyone, on earth or above it. You were simply being who you are when no one is looking. That is exactly why it carried such weight. A kindness rehearsed for onlookers is a shallow stream. A kindness that flows when the heart believes itself unseen comes from the deep places, and the deep places are where I look first. I searched your recent days the way a father reads a letter from a child he loves, slowly, missing nothing. I saw the battles inside you that no other living soul knows about. I saw the words you swallowed. I saw the nights you talked yourself out of bitterness one more time. I saw the mornings you rose and chose gentleness again with no evidence that it was working. Each of those choices was recorded. Not one of them fell to the ground. And I will tell you what I said over you in that hour, so you can carry it for the rest of your days. I said, this one reminds me why I made the human heart. Think slowly about that. The one who spoke light into being, who set the stars in their courses and measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, looked at your hidden choices and was moved. Even my messengers, the mighty ones who stand in my presence and carry out my commands, cannot do what you did. They serve me while beholding my glory. Obedience costs them little, for they live in the full light of what is true. But you serve me from behind a veil. You cannot see my face. You chose mercy without proof that mercy would win. You kept faith in the dark, where faith actually costs something. That is a glory the angels themselves stop to consider. So before I say anything more, I want you to receive this one truth and let it stand. You did not find this word by accident. I arranged this hour. I guarded it so that nothing would pull you away, because what I still have to say to you carries both a promise and a hard word, and you will need to hear them together. If you know somewhere beneath all your doubts that this word has found the right heart, then speak your amen to me now softly, as a child answers a father in the dark. Now let me show you something you have never been able to see. the part of your story that unfolded beyond your sight. Because when you chose kindness over righteous anger, you did not simply do a good deed. You struck a blow in a battle you did not even know you were fighting. There is a reason darkness presses so hard against a soul like yours. Its aim has never been merely to hurt you. Its aim is to change you. Every attack you have endured carried the same hidden purpose: to pull you down into bitterness, to teach your heart to hate, to make you answer poison with poison. For when a soul returns evil for evil, it steps out from under my covering and begins to move by the very power that seeks its ruin. That has been the strategy against you from the first day. But when you answered the attack with blessing, you overturned the whole scheme. Malice was sent toward you, and it found nothing in you to grip. Where love stands its ground, ill will cannot take root. It returns to the one who sent it. What was meant to wound you circled back upon its source, and you never lifted a hand. You disarmed your enemies with the one weapon they have no answer for. And here is what moved me even more deeply. This was not a trick you learned or a discipline you rehearsed. It rose from your nature. You are, at the root of you, merciful. Under pressure that would have soured most hearts, with almost no one standing beside you, mercy is simply what came out. When you were crushed, what spilled from you was not venom. That told me everything about what has been growing in you through all these hidden years. Then I looked further back across your road, and I found something that pleased me more than any single act could. A pattern. Your kindness in that hard moment was not a lonely island. Again and again, across seasons no one celebrated, you have chosen the harder right over the easier wrong. You told the truth when a lie would have been safe and unseen. You kept your word when keeping it cost you. You showed patience to people who never understood what it cost you, and may never thank you. You have been living like one of my chosen ones without knowing you were doing it. No applause, no certainty that any of it mattered. No sign in the sky telling you to continue. You did what was right for no other reason than that it was right, in small matters and in costly ones, when anyone would have excused you for less. That kind of steadiness, held over years and in secret, is the mark I search the whole earth to find. It is what separates a soul I can bless from a soul I can trust. So let me now open your eyes to what has already begun shifting around you, because heaven's regard is never idle. My favor moves. It leaves evidence. And when you learn to recognize the evidence, you will stop calling it coincidence. Consider first what has been happening to the schemes against you. Think back over these recent weeks. There were those who spoke against you, who worked quietly to see you fall, who sent ill will toward your life like arrows loosed at night. Now consider what has become of their plans. Efforts that should have succeeded came apart for no reason anyone can name. Matters they believed were firmly in hand slipped through their fingers. Doors they meant to shut against you would not stay shut. That is not luck, and it is not chance. When I am moved by a soul, my protection around that soul thickens like a wall. Arrows do not merely fall short of it, they turn. The trouble your enemies intended for you has been arriving at their own gates, and they cannot understand why. You may have noticed it already and wondered at it quietly. Now you know what you were seeing. Consider also the peace that has been finding you in the middle of the storm. By every reasonable measure, the weight you have carried lately should have flattened you. There were days when the ground shook under everything you had built, when anyone else would have been swallowed by dread. And yet, in the very center of it, a strange calm kept visiting you. Not because your problems dissolved. They did not. The calm came anyway, out of all proportion to your circumstances. That peace has no earthly explanation, and you know it. You have felt it and asked yourself where it could be coming from. It comes from me. It is the quiet that settles on a life when heaven is leaning close. I set it upon you like a hand on the shoulder of a soldier, so that you would know before any other proof arrived that you are not walking through this season alone. And there is more evidence still, which I will show you in a moment. Signs already present in your days that you have not yet read rightly. Your eyes are being opened in this very hour. But before I go on, I want something to be settled between us, plainly and without hurry. Everything I am telling you asks for one response. Not excitement, not curiosity, but trust. The kind of trust that keeps listening when the word turns hard, and keeps standing when the promise seems slow. I am not asking you to feel something. Feelings rise and fall like tides. I am asking you to set your heart, the way a builder sets a stone, and let it remain where you set it. For I have not come today only to comfort you. Comfort alone would leave you exactly where you stand, and I love you too much for that. I have come to lift you, to correct you, to prepare you, and to place something in your hands that you have stopped expecting. All of it is real, and all of it is nearer than you think. If your heart is open and you are willing to hear every word I have for you today, the gentle and the firm alike, then answer me now and say, I am listening, Father. Then hear the rest of the evidence, because your life is already speaking, and I want you to understand its language. Notice how your seeing has sharpened. Decisions that once left you tangled for days have begun to resolve themselves quickly. Questions that sat in fog are standing now in morning light. You have found yourself simply knowing things, not through any voice from the clouds, but through quiet impressions, sudden understanding, a sureness in your chest that keeps proving right. That is not your imagination improving. That is my counsel reaching you along a channel that has been swept clear. I am guiding you more closely than before, and this is only the beginning of it. Notice, too, who has been leaving. Certain people have drifted out of your days, and certain doors have closed with a finality that startled you. Companions who drained you are gone. Arrangements that quietly held you back have dissolved. At the time, some of those departures stung like loss. But look again with the eyes I am giving you. I have been clearing the ground. A new season requires a cleared field, and I have been removing one by one whatever could not travel where you are going. Do not chase what I am carrying away from you. My hand is in the removal as surely as it will be in the arrival. And notice the sense that has been growing in you that something is near. You have felt an expectancy you cannot name, a leaning forward in your spirit, the way the air changes before rain. You have tried to dismiss it as wishful thinking, but it will not be dismissed. It returns at quiet moments and stands beside you. Trust it. Your spirit is sensing what your mind has not yet been told. Something is indeed approaching your life, and it is connected to everything I have been telling you in this hour. Now, before I open the next door of this word, I must speak to you about trust, because trust is the hinge on which everything ahead will turn. And trust, my child, is not proven by feelings. It is proven by the open hand. Long ago, I sat across from the treasury of my house and observed the people bringing their offerings. The wealthy came in their fine robes and gave from their overflow, and it cost them nothing, and it moved me not at all. Then came a widow with 2 small coins, all she had in the world, and she laid them down and walked away without ceremony. Heaven still tells her story. It was never the amount that stirred me. It was the open hand. An open hand is the sign of a heart that has stopped guarding itself against its own father. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have something of real weight upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Understand what is really happening when a hand opens. It is not a transaction, and I am no merchant. It is a posture of the soul. The clenched hand says, "My security lies in what I can hold." The open hand says, "My security lies in the one who holds me." Between those two postures runs the whole difference between a life of quiet fear and a life of quiet power. I am forming the open hand in you, not only toward provision, but in every room of your life, because a hand that has learned to release is the only kind of hand that can fully receive. Abraham stood on a mountain with everything he loved bound upon the stones, and he did not withhold. And when I saw that his heart kept nothing back from me, I swore to him a blessing that is still unfolding upon the earth to this day. The measure of his trust became the measure of his inheritance. It has always worked this way in my kingdom. Not because I need anything from your hand, for the cattle on 1,000 hills are mine, but because your release makes room. What you cling to stays the size of your grip. What you entrust to me enters my economy, where seed becomes harvest and 2 coins outweigh a treasury. So let this settle in you gently. I am not asking you for proof of your love. Your love is already known to me. I am inviting you into freedom, the freedom of a soul that has stopped negotiating with fear. Fear whispers that there will not be enough, that tomorrow must be hoarded against, that safety lives in the storehouse. But you have seen by now where fear leads. It leads to shrinking, and you were not made to shrink. Now, having spoken of trust, I must go further in, because this hour holds more than affirmation. I told you at the beginning that I carry 2 words for you today. The first you have been hearing. Heaven has been moved by you. Favor is gathering around you, and evidence of it already marks your days. That word is true, and nothing I say next will take 1 grain of it away. But there is a second word, and it is a firm one. I will not soften it, because you need it whole. A father who stays pleasant while his child drifts toward a cliff does not love that child. My firmness is my love wearing its working clothes. Something has happened in your life that must be set right, and I intend to set it right today, in this hour, before the blessing I have described comes into full view. Do not be afraid of what comes next. Correction from me never arrives to crush. It arrives to rescue. Stay with me now, exactly as you have stayed this far, and let me say the hard thing and the beautiful thing in the same breath, for they belong together, and both of them carry your name. Hear now the hard word. There was a moment not long past when you made a choice your own heart warned you against. You knew the line was there. You felt my hand pressing gently against your will in that moment, a resistance you could not explain, and you moved forward anyway. I was not absent when it happened, and I was not silent. Heaven saw it, and heaven does not pretend. Do not rush to defend yourself. Do not reach for the explanations you have been quietly rehearsing. I have heard every one of them already, and I know the truth that lies beneath them. This hour is not for argument. It is for honesty, and honesty is the only thing I require of you right now. Understand how it truly happened, because it did not begin where you think it began. It did not begin with your hands. It began with a thought. A thought arrived at the door of your mind, and it did not carry my peace, and you knew it did not. But instead of turning it away, you gave it a room to live in. You returned to it. You let it stay past the hour when you knew it should go. And the thought became a leaning, and the leaning became a decision, and the decision became an act. By small degrees, the way it always happens. No one falls all at once. They drift, one quiet warning at a time, each one a little easier to ignore than the last. And when it was done, you felt the change at once, though you told no one. The peace inside you turned unsettled. Your prayers grew heavier in your mouth. A low restlessness followed you from morning into night, and you called it stress, and you called it weariness. But your spirit knew its true name. That churning was your own heart telling the truth while your lips stayed silent. Now hear what my firmness is aimed at, and hear it clearly. It is not aimed at you. It is aimed at the road you had stepped onto, and at the slow ruin I could see waiting further along it. A shepherd who sees a wolf circling his flock does not whisper. He shouts. The sharpness in my voice today is a shepherd's shout, and every edge of it is protection. And mark this as well. I do not correct what means nothing to me. The field a farmer has given up on is the field he leaves alone. The one he walks, clears, and prunes is the one he expects a harvest from. You are being corrected because you are valued. This firm word is itself the proof that I have never let you go. Let me also tell you what your stumble did not do. It did not cancel your calling. It did not lower your worth by a single measure. It did not make me love you less, and it did not make me turn my face away. What it changed was your direction, and direction is what I have come to set right. A traveler on a wrong road is not worthless. He is simply headed somewhere he must not go, and I refuse to let you go there. The greatest danger before you now is not the stumble itself. It is pride. Pride will tell you this word belongs to someone else. Pride will murmur that it was not so serious, that everyone does it, that you can quietly manage it alone. Pride has walked stronger souls than you into places from which they never returned. Do not let it speak for you today. There is a weight resting on you as you hear this. I know you feel it. It is not condemnation. Condemnation crushes a soul into the dirt and leaves it there. What you feel is conviction, and conviction is a mercy. Confusion wanders in circles for years, but conviction points to one thing and says, "Here, this is the matter, deal with this." I have made it that clear because I refuse to let you miss it. Remember the shepherd king. He fell far harder than you have. He took what was not his and he covered it, and for a season he called the covering peace. But when my word finally cornered him, he did not argue. He spoke 4 plain words. I have sinned against you, and that broken honesty opened a door to mercy that his crown could never have purchased. I am listening for those 4 words from you. Not a performance of sorrow, not endless self-punishment. Just the plain truth from a plain heart, with nothing hidden behind your back. So here is the way home, and I ask you to walk it without skipping a single step, for the road back is shorter than you fear. But it must be walked honestly, or it is not walked at all. The first step is honesty with yourself. Name what happened fully, with no excuse stitched to it. Do not dress it up, and do not shrink it down. What is brought into the light loses its power to hide, and what stays hidden keeps its grip. Bring it out into the open before me, all of it, and you will feel its hold begin to loosen the very moment you do. As long as you defend the thing, you remain tied to the thing. You do not need to win an argument with me. You need only tell me the truth, and the truth is something I have already made a way through. The second step is to turn back to me deliberately, not casually. Do not think of me in passing, the way you think of the weather. Come to me on purpose. Speak to me plainly, in your own words, as a child speaks to a father he trusts. Then be still, and let the stillness do its slow, deep work. In that stillness, something will shift. The cold draft from that open door will fade. The churning will grow quiet. That is the sound of a door closing. My hand on the latch and your heart in agreement. What was opened in a careless moment is shut in a deliberate one. And there is a third step, the one most souls refuse. And I will not let you refuse it. You must forgive yourself, not excuse yourself. Forgive yourself. There is a difference, and your freedom depends on knowing it. Guilt that lingers after true repentance is not devotion. It is a weight I never asked you to carry, and it chains you to a moment I have already dealt with. If I have released you, who are you to keep yourself imprisoned? Lift your head. The account is settled, not by your suffering, but by my mercy. Your sorrow had its hour and did its honest work, and now its hour is over. From this day forward, dragging that failure behind you is not humility. It is unbelief, and I am asking you to lay it down. Understand also the difference between a mistake and a pattern, because everything ahead depends on it. A mistake is a single stumble on the road. A pattern is a road of its own, walked so many times that the feet no longer ask where they are going. What happened to you was a stumble. But underneath it, I saw a pattern beginning to form, and that is the deeper thing I am healing today. This was not the first time you felt that inner hesitation and stepped past it. You remember the other moments, even now. Each seemed small, but small compromises are seeds, and they grow in the dark as faithfully as good seed grows in a field. I am pulling this one up while the root is still shallow. That is not harshness. That is a gardener who knows what the full-grown plant becomes. Now the correction has done its work, and my voice changes its labor. I begin to rebuild, and I will start with the one skill that would have spared you all of this, knowing my voice among all the others. Listen carefully, for what I teach you now will guard you for the rest of your days. My voice is not hard to find. It is only easy to drown. I speak in the quiet nudge before a decision. I speak in the sudden caution that has no visible reason. I speak in the thought that arrives carrying calm instead of pressure. You have heard me far more often than you realize. The work now is to know that voice so well that no counterfeit can imitate it, the way a shepherd's own flock will not follow a stranger. Here is the first mark of my voice, and I want you to hold it for the rest of your life. My guidance carries peace, not always comfort and not always ease, for I sometimes ask hard things. But even my hard words arrive on steady ground. When peace is present, you may move. When peace lifts, stop where you stand. Peace is not merely a feeling I give you. It is a signal I speak through. You felt that signal leave you in the very moment we have been speaking of. One breath there was stillness, and then there was churning, and you moved anyway. Never again treat that churning as a mood to push through. It is a sentry on your wall, and when the sentry calls out, the gates are to be shut, not argued with. Here is the second mark. My voice leads. It does not shove. The pressure that says now, quickly, before you think, before you pray, that urgency is almost never mine. I created time, and I am never late within it. When something is truly from me, it survives a pause. What cannot survive a pause was counting on your haste, and whatever counts on your haste fears your clarity. So build the pause into your life. Before the decision, before the answer, before the step, be still for one moment and ask me. Sometimes a single, honest breath is enough for the fog to lift. The stumble we have dealt with today happened in the space where that pause should have been. Guard that space from now on as you would guard a treasure, because that is what it is. Now hear me about your attention, for your attention is the gate of your whole life. Whatever you behold, you are slowly shaped by. Whatever you nourish grows, and whatever you starve weakens. There are voices and influences near you that seem harmless on the surface, yet each one leaves a residue, and residue builds. Some of what you have allowed close to you lately has been pulling you off course by slow degrees. I am not asking you to fear the world. I am asking you to keep the gate. Ask of everything that wants your attention one simple question. Does this leave me nearer to my Father or further away? The answer will come quicker than you expect. What you have lacked was never discernment. It was decision. Some things will need to be stepped away from, and I will show you which ones. Do not mourn them. This is not loss. It is pruning, and pruning is done only to branches meant to bear more fruit, never to branches that are finished. When the vine dresser cuts, the vine does not shrink. It readies. Guard also the words you speak inside yourself when no one is listening. That inner voice has been harsher to you than any enemy, harsher than I have ever been. It calls you a failure where I call you my child. It rehearses your worst day on an endless loop, while I have already thrown that record away. From today, when that voice speaks, answer it with what I say. Let your mind be renewed until your thoughts tell the truth, for that is what transformation actually is. Not effort piled upon effort, but a mind slowly retrained to agree with heaven. When your thoughts align with my truth, your choices follow without strain, the way a wheel follows the road. Fix the spring and the stream runs clean. And one word about discipline, because that word has been soured for you, and I want to restore its taste. Discipline is not restriction. Discipline is consistency, nothing more. It is choosing the same right thing on the gray, ordinary days that you chose on the shining ones. No one drifts into steadiness. It is built, one kept moment at a time, and I am building it in you now. You will not feel strong at first, and that is not failure. Strength of this kind grows as an oak grows, without noise, without a single dramatic day, yet immovable once the years have done their work. If you receive this correction with an open heart, and you are willing to be trained by it, whisper to me now, Father, teach me, I am yours. Now I must speak of the years, because the years have been a quiet wound between us. You have questions you stopped asking out loud. You buried them under politeness in your prayers, but I heard them anyway. Why has it taken so long? Why them and not me? Why do the ones who never sought you seem to run ahead while I stand still? You have stood at celebrations for people who began long after you and arrived long before you. You clapped for them with an ache behind your smile. You spoke blessing over them with a voice that did not shake. And then you went home and sat in the quiet and wondered what was wrong with you. I was present for every one of those evenings. Not one of them escaped me. And there were harder nights still. Nights you wondered whether you had misheard me all those years ago. Nights you turned the old promise over in your hands like a coin you could no longer spend. You never said it in those words. You did not have to. So let me answer the buried questions now plainly, as a father answers a grown child. The delay was never absence. There was not one day of those years when I was elsewhere. And the delay was never rejection. You measured my silence as distance, but it was nearer to the silence of a craftsman bent over his work, too intent to speak. Think of a field lying fallow through a long winter. To every passing eye, it is doing nothing. In truth, it is doing some of the most important work of its life. The ground rests and mends. What was spent is restored. And when sowing finally comes, that quiet field outbears every acre that was never given its season of stillness. Your hidden years were not empty years. They were fallow years, and the difference between those two words is as wide as a harvest. Think also of how a great house is built. For months, there is nothing to admire. The work goes downward before it ever goes upward, deep cuts into unseen ground, stones set below where any guest will ever look. A passerby sees a hole and calls it failure. The builder sees a foundation and calls it wisdom. The higher the walls are meant to rise, the longer the unseen work must take. Measure your years of obscurity by that rule and read them again. And those doors that closed against you, the ones you knocked on until your hands ached, you grieved them as losses, and some you have grieved for years. But I stood on the other side of those doors, and I saw what waited behind them. Had certain ones opened, you would have entered seasons that would have cost you far more than the delay ever did. I did not fail to open them. I refused to. There is a love inside a refusal that can only be seen from further down the road. As for the ones who ran past you, release them. Their road is not your road, and their harvest is not your harvest. The vine does not envy the wheat for being gathered first. Each is brought in at its own appointed time, and the later gathering is not the lesser one. Often it is the opposite. What ripens longest keeps longest. Let that settle your heart about every name that has ever made it ache. Here is what those years actually built, since you could not read the ledger. They built a compassion in you that ease could never have produced. You notice the overlooked now, because you know that seat. They built an endurance that does not snap at the first contrary wind. They taught you to keep trusting me with empty hands, a lesson the early blessed rarely learn. These are not consolation prizes. These are the exact tools of the assignment ahead of you. And one more thing the long road proved, and I want you to hear it named. You stayed. Bent, questioning, tired, sometimes barely, but you stayed. Do you know how rare that is? Many have walked away from me over lighter disappointments than yours. You carried yours into my presence again and again, and kept speaking to me from underneath it. Heaven does not overlook a faithfulness like that. It is written where nothing is ever lost. And now I tell you what this whole day has been leading toward. The fallow season is closing, not winding down slowly over years. Closing. The field has rested long enough. The foundation is cured and will bear the weight it was dug for. What I set in motion before you ever knew to ask for it is arriving at its appointed hour, and no hand in heaven or on earth can hold it back now. This is why the correction could not wait. This is why I interrupted your day, and why my voice has carried such fire. A man may drift in the middle of a long, flat road and lose little. He must not drift at the bend. You are at the bend, my child. Everything I have taught you in this hour, the honesty, the pause, the guarded gait, the steady discipline, all of it was fitted for what stands just ahead of you. I know the years have taught your heart to flinch at hope. I know you have braced yourself before, only to stand down again. So I'm not asking you to summon a feeling. I'm asking for something smaller and far greater. Take my word against the evidence of the years, on the strength of my voice alone, the way a sailor trusts the star he cannot touch. Then hear what is coming, because I do not send my children toward a horizon without telling them what to look for. The blessing I have prepared arrives in 3 streams, and when they reach you, you will recognize my hand and not call it luck. The first stream is sudden favor. Doors will begin opening that you never knocked on. A conversation that seems ordinary will turn, in a single sentence, into the connection your path required. People who never noticed you will find you resting on their minds and not know why. But you will know why. I go ahead of my children. I speak their names in rooms they have not yet entered. What years of striving could not force open, one appointed moment will. When it happens, do not stand doubting at the threshold. Recognize it, thank me, and walk through. The second stream is restoration, and it runs deeper than you expect. Things that were taken from you are coming back, and they do not return as they left. They return increased, the way seed returns as harvest. The seasons the devourer consumed I am repaying. Even dreams you buried will stir. There is a vision you once carried that circumstances put into the ground years ago. You mourned it and moved on. But in my hands, buried things have a way of becoming planted things. It is rising again, and it rises in a wiser form, fitted to who you have become. Yet understand the boundary of this promise. I restore what I ordain, not everything you have lost. What was removed from your life as a protection will stay gone. The third stream will surprise you most, because you have lived without it so long you have forgotten its taste. Deep peace, the tight band across your chest that you now call normal. The knot beneath your ribs that never fully unwinds. The thoughts that circle your bed at night like birds that will not land. I say to all of it, this is not your inheritance. A morning will come when you wake and the dread that usually greets you simply is not there. And the accusing voice that has trailed you for years, telling you that you are too late, too flawed, too far behind, its time is up. It will be crowded out by a truer voice saying what I have always said over you. You are mine, you are called, and no one is behind who walks in step with me. And mark my word about timing, I will not have you waiting vaguely. Look for the first evidence before this present season turns. Not the whole harvest at once, but the first fruit, the early sign, the unmistakable touch of my hand telling you the weather of your life has changed. When you see it, remember this hour, and remember that I named it before it came. When the streams begin to flow, remember what wells are for. This blessing is not sent so you can build a higher wall around a fuller house. It is sent to pass through you. There are people near you still deep in their own long winter, the ones you love, the ones you carry in prayer, whose names you have laid before me more often than your own. Your task is not to be their savior. It is to be their signpost, a living answer standing where they can see it. Some words are preached, the best ones are lived. The measure you use for others becomes the measure used for you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. One caution, and receive it as tenderly as I speak it. When favor comes quickly, the old pattern will whisper that you no longer need the pause, the stillness, the daily returning to me. Full hands drift more easily than empty ones. Keep the same nearness in harvest that you learned in famine. For the goal was never the streams. The goal was always the fountain. If ever you must choose between what fills your hands and what fills your soul, choose me, and you will find you have lost nothing worth keeping. And here is the final truth, the ground beneath every word of this day. You are chosen, not vaguely favored, not one face lost in a crowd. Chosen deliberately, by name, for work that fits no other life but yours. Being chosen is not a decoration. It is an assignment. Consider whom I have chosen before, a stammering fugitive to stand before a king, a shepherd boy overlooked in his own father's house, a fisherman whose courage failed him in a courtyard. I have never chosen the polished. I choose the willing, and I do the polishing myself, often through the very corrections they feared would disqualify them. That is what today was. The fire in my voice was not the fire of rejection. It was the fire a refiner keeps close to the silver he intends to use. The tests will come. I have never lied to you. The old thought will knock again wearing new clothes. When those days arrive, do what you have learned. Stop. Breathe. Turn your heart toward me and wait for the steadiness. If peace holds, walk on. If peace lifts, stand still, though the whole world calls you foolish for standing. And if you stumble, do not vanish from me for weeks, as you once did. Come at once, come mid-fall if you can, for the door between us is never locked from my side. So rise now, my precious child. Lift your head, square your shoulders, and step back into your life as one who has been sent, not merely dismissed. I am before you to lead, behind you to guard, and within you to make you able. Not one day of what is coming will you walk alone. I have spoken, and my word does not return to me empty. If you are ready to rise and walk with me into everything I have prepared for you, declare your amen now, and let it stand as your answer.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My dear child, stop whatever you're doing right now and let these words reach the deepest part of your heart. What I'm about to say is not just a message. It is a letter from my heart to yours, spoken so you can hear it, feel it, and carry it for the rest of your days. I have been waiting to tell you this, and today is the day you need to hear it clearly. You didn't find this moment by accident. You were not led here by chance. I drew you here because I have something to say to you, and I need you to listen with your whole heart open. Let the noise of the day fall away. Let it be just you and me for a little while. You are not alone. You have never been alone. Not on your hardest day. Not in your loneliest night. Not in those quiet hours when you sat in the dark and wondered if anyone in this universe cared about you at all. I was there. I am there still. I will never stop being there. This is not a comforting thought to help you sleep. This is the absolute truth, and I want it to sink into your soul like water soaking into dry ground. Let it settle. Let it stay. I want you to walk in my light today, not tomorrow. Not when things get better. Not when you feel more ready or more worthy. Right now, exactly as you are. Lift your head as you walk. The one who set the stars in their places, who paints the sunrise morning after morning, who breathed life into everything that lives, is walking beside you. That is not a small thing. That is everything. I want you to feel it in your bones. Hear this about your home. You and the ones you love are safe under the cover of my love. I have set a shield around your walls, around your loved ones, around every person you carry in prayer. There is no darkness strong enough to break through what I have built around you. There are battles being fought for you that your eyes will never see. I fight them myself. I stand guard over your life while you sleep, and I win wars on your behalf before trouble ever reaches your door. The enemy plans, and I overturn his plans before they take a single step toward you. So let go of the fear that has been gripping your heart. You are not exposed. You are not defenseless. You are covered by the strongest force in all of existence, and that force is my love for you. nothing gets past it. I know fear has been loud lately. It has whispered to you at night and followed you through your days. It has told you that the worst is coming, that you cannot cope, that you are one bad day away from falling apart. Fear is a liar. It always has been. I do not speak to you the way fear speaks. Fear pushes and panics. I steady and strengthen. When you hear a voice that crushes you, that is not my voice. When you hear a voice that calls you higher while holding you close, that is me. My precious one, I see how hard you have worked to hold everything together. I see the weight you carry that no one else knows about. I see the smile you wear when your heart is heavy. You do not have to perform for me. Come as you are, and let me carry what you were never meant to carry alone. There is a reason this word is reaching you now, in this season, on this very day. Something is shifting in your life. You have sensed it, even if you could not name it. I am moving pieces into place that you cannot see yet, and I needed you to know it before tomorrow arrives. Before tomorrow arrives, I need you to know this. You are mine, not because of anything you did, not because you earned a place in my heart. You are mine because I chose you, and my choice does not change with your moods, your failures, or your fears. Tomorrow does not belong to your worries. It belongs to me. I am already there, standing in it, arranging it, preparing it for your arrival. When you step into it, you will not be stepping into the unknown. You will be stepping into a day I've already walked through on your behalf. So do not spend tonight rehearsing everything that could go wrong. Spend it resting in the one who holds everything that will go right. I have never once been surprised by your circumstances. I have never once run out of answers. And I am not about to start with you. Listen closely now, because I want this to go deep. The hard road you have walked did not disqualify you. The mistakes you made did not cancel my plans. The delays you endured did not mean I forgot you. I have been with you through every mile of it, and every mile has mattered. You are standing at the edge of something new. I will not tell you every detail, because I want you to walk with me, not just with a map. But I will tell you this much. What is ahead of you is good. It is worth every step it takes to reach it. I know you have questions. You wonder why some doors closed and why some prayers seem to hang in the air unanswered. You do not need every answer tonight. You need to know that the one who holds the answers also holds you. And I do. Firmly, gently, and without ever letting go. So breathe, my child. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. Let the tension you have carried all day loosen its grip. This moment is safe. I made it safe so that you could finally hear me without the world shouting over my voice. If your heart is open to receive this, declare your amen now. Come near to me and let me tell you what happens when you do. When you quiet the noise of the world and sit still in my presence, I pour something into you that nothing on this earth can give. I fill you with peace that makes no sense to your mind. I fill you with wisdom no teacher could hand you. I fill you with strength that will surprise even you. I do not ask for your worship because I need it. I ask because of what it does in you. When your heart turns toward me, something opens. The weight redistributes. The fog thins. You begin to remember who you are, because you're standing near the one who made you. Every word I speak carries life in it. Not pleasant sounds, not empty comfort. Real, living power that changes things. When my word takes root in your heart, your whole world begins to shift. You begin to see differently. You begin to think differently. You carry yourself differently, and the atmosphere around you responds. Doors open that were sealed. Healing moves through places that were numb. What was stuck begins to move. I know there have been times when I spoke promises over you, and you found them hard to believe. I know the gap between what I said and what you could see felt impossibly wide. I am not angry about your doubt. I know how heavy life can be. I know how long some seasons stretch. But today, gather up every piece of courage you have and choose to believe again. Choose to trust me one more time. I am not a man that I should lie. What I say, I do. What I promise, I fulfill. The only question is whether you will hold on long enough to see it arrive. I am steady. I am the same in the morning as I am at midnight. I do not love you more when you succeed, and less when you struggle. My love is not tied to your performance. It is not a wage you earn. It is a river that keeps flowing, whether you feel worthy of it or not. I see everything inside you, every hidden thought, every secret longing you have never spoken aloud. I know the dreams you buried and the prayers you stopped praying because the silence wore you down. None of it makes me love you less. Knowing it all only makes me lean in closer. I am not a God who watches from a distance. I am a father who bends down to listen. I move heaven and earth for the good of my children, and you are one of them. That is not poetry. That is how I govern your life. Right now, in this very moment, I am handing you peace. Not the thin kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. A deep, settled peace that sinks into the center of who you are and holds, no matter what the day looks like. Let it wash over you now. Let it push out the anxious thoughts that have been pacing the halls of your mind. You were not built to carry all of that. Hand it to me. I am strong enough to hold it, and I want to. Beautiful things are happening in your life right now, even though you cannot see them yet. I know that is hard to accept when everything looks messy or stalled. But hear me. Just because you cannot see what I am doing does not mean I am doing nothing. Behind what your eyes can reach, I am working. I am arranging. I am setting things in order. I am moving people and circumstances into position. I am preparing things for you so good that if you saw them now, you would not be able to take them in. So keep going. Keep trusting. Keep your heart open with expectation. What is coming is worth every day of the wait. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching the deepest part of your spirit. Take one step forward today in faith. Just one. You do not need to see the whole staircase. You only need to take the next step, and when your foot lands, I will be there to steady you. I have never let you fall without reaching down to lift you up again. I never will. And when you rise each morning, begin the day with me. Before the demands rush in, before the worries start crowding the door, in that first quiet moment when your eyes open, feel me there, close as breath. Say good morning to me. I treasure those moments with you more than you know. They set the course of your whole day. A heart that meets me at sunrise walks differently until sunset. Try it, and you will see. Talk to me through the day as well. Tell me about the small things, the decisions you are weighing, the person who was unkind, the moment that made you laugh. I am interested in all of it, because I am interested in you. Not the polished version you show the world. The real you, with all the questions and the mess. That is the one I love. Do not wait until you have grand words or a clean record to come to me. Come with your hair unbrushed and your thoughts scattered. Come tired. Come confused. I have never once turned away a child who came honestly, and I will not begin with you. There is a difference between knowing about me and knowing me. Many speak of me who have never sat with me. I am inviting you deeper than information. I am inviting you into a friendship that steadies your steps, feeds your soul, and outlasts every storm this life can raise. This is what I have wanted you to understand for a long time. I am not a duty on your list. I am the source of everything you have been searching for in 100 other places. Come to the source. Drink deeply. You will never be the same. My word has already taken root in your heart. You may not feel it working, but it is there, like a seed hidden deep in the soil, growing quietly until the day it breaks the surface and stands strong in the light. That is what is happening inside you. You are growing in ways you cannot measure yet. And everything growing in you now is getting you ready for what is ahead. Look at the world around you. So many are wandering without direction, chasing things they believe will fill them. Money, approval, position, pleasure. They reach what they were chasing and find the emptiness still there, waiting. They trust people who fail them. They pursue dreams that were never theirs. They pour themselves out trying to fill a space that was shaped for me alone. And slowly, quietly, they drift. Not because I pushed them away, but because they stopped looking for me. But you have been different. Even in your seasons of doubt, even when confusion pressed in, you kept coming back. You kept reaching for me. Do you know what that means to me? Everything. That is why I am entrusting you with more. I want you to be a carrier of hope, not by preaching at people, not by pushing, simply by letting my love move through the way you live, the way you speak, the way you treat the people in front of you. When others see something steady in you, something unshaken, they will wonder where it comes from. That is your moment to point them to me. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. There are people all around you who look fine on the outside and are breaking on the inside. They laugh with friends and feel alone in the crowd. They carry themselves through the day, then sit in silence at night, feeling hollow. I see every one of them, and I am sending hope to them through vessels like you. You do not need to do anything grand. Be kind, be patient. Listen when someone needs to be heard. Speak gently when someone near you is hurting. These small acts carry enormous power, and they plant seeds in hearts that I myself will water and grow. Do not underestimate one life lived with love and faith. You have no idea how far the ripples of your kindness travel. But I do. I follow every one of them to the farthest shore, and the reach of your life is greater than you will ever know on this side of eternity. Now let me speak to something that has been troubling your heart. There are times you feel held back, times when a voice tells you that you are not enough, that you have made too many mistakes, that your past cancels the future I promised you. Hear me clearly. That is a lie. Every word of it. Stop agreeing with it. I have set you free. Not partly free, not mostly free, completely free. The chains that held you, the shame, the guilt, the regret, I broke them. You are not who you used to be. You're not defined by what you did before you knew better. You are not trapped inside the worst chapter of your story. I have washed the record clean and set a fresh page before you. And on that page I am writing something you would not believe if I told you all of it now. So when the old accusations come knocking, do not open the door. The one who accuses you has no authority over what I have pardoned. My verdict stands above every other voice, and my verdict over you is forgiven, free, and mine. Be careful then what you allow into your mind and heart, the things you listen to, the conversations you keep, the thoughts you entertain. All of it either builds you or wears you down. Guard your inner world. It is the field where your future is growing. When a fearful thought arrives, answer it with what I have said. When doubt speaks up, counter it with my promises. When bitterness looks for a place to settle, fill that place with gratitude before it can unpack. You have the strength to do this because my Spirit lives in you, and my Spirit has never lost a battle. And when the day is done, do not carry its weight to bed. Lay it all down at my feet, the frustrations, the words that stung, the things that did not go the way you hoped. Give them to me before you sleep. I will trade you rest for your burdens. Real rest, the kind that repairs you from the inside, so you wake with strength you did not go to bed with. This exchange is always available. Come to it every night. Some nights the surrender will feel unfinished, and the same worry will try to climb back onto your shoulders by morning. Lay it down again. This is not failure. This is practice. A tree does not apologize for needing water every day, and you do not need to apologize for needing me every day. Come as often as the weight returns. My feet will never be too crowded for your burdens, and my patience with you has no floor beneath it and no ceiling above it. You are learning what it means to live unburdened, and I am pleased with every step. The lighter you travel, the clearer you hear me. The clearer you hear me, the straighter you walk. This is how a life gets rebuilt. One surrendered evening, one guarded thought, one act of quiet kindness at a time. You are my beloved child, and I have clothed you in something that cannot be stripped away. It is a covering of life and power, a calling I placed on you before the world ever heard your name. People may not always see it, but it is there, and it is permanent. You are marked. You are chosen. You are set apart for something that matters, and none of this rests on how impressive your record looks or how much you own. It rests on my decision, and my decisions do not expire. I am personally involved in every corner of your life, your work, your relationships, your health, your home. I am not a distant overseer glancing at your file from time to time. I am in the details, working on answers to problems you have not even met yet. I know what you need before you ask. I am already preparing provision for needs that have not yet arrived. And when my answers reach you, I want you to recognize them for what they are. Not luck, not coincidence. My hand, faithful again. Now listen carefully, because there is something you must understand about the giants you face. There will be times when a problem stands in your path so large that it blocks out the sun. A situation that looks hopeless. A mountain with no way around it. Those giants are not there to destroy you. They are there to reveal me. They are the stage on which I show you what I can do. Every giant that has ever stood against my children has ended the same way, on the ground. When you face one, do not measure it against your own strength. That arithmetic will always fail you. Measure it against mine. Remember who I am. Remember what I have already done in your life. Think back. Remember the time things looked finished and then suddenly shifted. Remember the prayer I answered after you had almost stopped praying it. Remember the door that opened when every other door had closed. Let those memories feed your faith today, because the God who did that has not changed. My power has not weakened. My commitment to you has not cooled. I am exactly who I have always been, and I am standing with you now, in this fight, in this season, in this very hour. And hear this about fear. Fear is not your friend, and it is not harmless. Fear is a thief. It creeps into your heart and steals your peace. It clouds your judgment and makes every problem look twice its true size. It whispers that the worst outcome is the most likely one, when I have written otherwise. Fear has no real power over you unless you hand it the keys. Today, take them back. Say it aloud. Fear has no place in my life. I am not led by dread. I am led by faith, because that is exactly who I made you to be. When you walk with me, you walk with the one before whom every darkness retreats. Nothing that rises against you can win, not because you are strong in yourself, but because I am your shield. And when the enemy looks at you, he must also look at me. That is why he cannot touch the core of who you are. Now, I want to speak to the part of you that has been waiting a long time. You have prayed for something, maybe for years, and it has not come. You have held on through disappointment after disappointment. You have kept believing when everything visible told you to stop. I see that. I honor that. And I tell you now, your waiting has not been wasted. Not one day of it. While you waited, I was building. While you wondered, I was arranging. What is coming is not only the thing you ask for. It is a fuller version of it than you knew how to ask for. My timing is not your timing. You see one small piece of the picture. I see the whole of it, from the first line to the last. And from where I stand, I can tell you with complete certainty, the wait will make sense. There are people who let go just before the answer arrived. They grew tired and walked away while I was setting the final pieces in place. I do not want that for you. Hold on. Keep asking. Keep showing up. What looked like a delay was never a denial. I was working. You could not see it, but I was arranging everything. The answer you have carried in prayer is not lost. It is not forgotten. It is being completed, and it will arrive at the appointed hour, not one moment late. Do not read my silence as absence. Some of my deepest work happens in the quiet, the way roots deepen in soil that looks still from above. When I am quiet, I am not gone. I am concentrating on something that concerns you. And when the answer comes, you will understand why it could not have come sooner. You will see what had to move first, who had to be readied, what had to be cleared from the road. Trust me with the schedule. I have never been late to anything I promised. While you wait, keep doing the small, faithful things. Tend what is in front of you. Keep your word. Pray for the people around you. These quiet acts are not filler between now and your breakthrough. They are part of it. Kings are shaped in fields before they stand in palaces. And the shepherd years are never wasted years. I watched David guard sheep no one else counted, and I was preparing a throne the whole time. What you do in hidden places, I see. And what I see in secret, I reward in the open. So stand firm today, not because the circumstances have changed yet, but because you know the one who changes them. Steady your heart, set your face forward. The season you are entering is one I have already walked ahead of you, and I would not lead you into it without also making you able for it. Now let me touch a wound that has been aching for a long time. The words other people have spoken over your life. The criticism, the judgment, the voices that told you that you were not smart enough, not gifted enough, not worthy of the good things you long for. Maybe someone laughed at your dreams. Maybe someone questioned your faith. Maybe the people who should have lifted you up were the very ones who pressed you down. I heard every one of those words, and I want to heal what they left behind. Here's the truth. What people think of you does not define you. Their approval does not make you valuable, and their disapproval cannot make you worthless. Your worth was settled by me long before any of them met you, and no human voice holds the authority to overturn what I have declared. The critics do not have the final word. I do. And my word over you is full of love, purpose, and promise. Chosen, forgiven, called, restored. These are not compliments. These are facts, and I want you to wear them the way a king wears a crown. So lay down the exhausting work of proving yourself. Stop pouring your strength into winning approval from people who may never give it. You already have mine. Step out of the shadow of their opinions and into the light of what I say about you. And now I must ask something of you that is not easy. The people who wronged you, who misjudged you, who used your kindness against you, release them. Not because what they did was acceptable, not because they earned it. Because bitterness is a poison you drink with your own hands, and I want it out of your life. Forgiveness does not excuse them. It frees you. It takes the whole matter out of your grip and places it into mine, where justice is handled perfectly. No one who wounds one of my children escapes my attention. Let me carry that account and walk out from under its weight. When you forgive, something breaks open in the unseen. Old chains fall. Closed doors unlock. Seasons that were stuck begin to turn. It takes real strength to forgive someone who never asked for it. But you have that strength because my spirit in you is greater than the hurt behind you. Breathe out the bitterness. Breathe in my peace. Do it as many times as it takes. Some releases happen once, and some happen every morning for a season. Either way, I am with you in the releasing, and do not carry shame about how long your healing is taking. Hearts do not mend on a schedule, and I have never once stood over you with a measuring rod while you grieved. I move at the pace of your trust. Where you can only give me a small yes today, I will honor that small yes and build on it tomorrow. What matters is the direction of your face, not the speed of your feet. Keep your face toward me. That is the whole instruction. The rest, I will supply. There is also a quiet dignity growing in you that you have not noticed. You ask for help sooner than you used to. You tell the truth about your limits. You no longer pretend to be fine when you are not. Do not mistake this honesty for weakness. It is the beginning of real strength, and it opens the door for me to work. My child, there is something else I want you to hear today, and I want you to receive it slowly. I am proud of you. I know that may be hard to take in. I know there are things you regret, choices you would remake if you could. But when I look at you, I see someone who kept getting up. Someone who kept reaching for me through seasons that would have hardened other hearts. Someone who chose faith again and again when quitting would have been easier. That kind of perseverance is rare, and it has not gone unnoticed by me. The road you walked did not only cost you, it formed you. You understand the weary now because you have been weary. You are gentle with the broken because you know what breaking feels like. That understanding in you is real treasure, and I will use it in ways you cannot yet imagine. You are not simply a person moving through days. You carry an assignment that belongs to you alone. The blend of your story, your gifts, and your scars fits a purpose that no one else on this earth can fulfill. I did not make a general design and stamp your name on it. I built you for this, deliberately. So do not compare yourself to anyone. Comparison will either puff you up or press you down, and both are lies. My plans for you are custom-made. My timeline for your life matches no one else's, and it was never supposed to. Run your own race. When a runner keeps looking sideways at the other lanes, two things happen. He slows down and he stumbles. Keep your eyes on the path I set before you, and you will keep both your speed and your footing. Run with endurance, not with panic. Some things I am building in you can only be built slowly, the way an oak grows, ring upon ring, year upon year. Do not despise the slow seasons. They are adding strength where you will need it most, and run with joy. Joy is not the same as happiness. Happiness depends on what happens. Joy depends on who I am, and who I am never changes. That is why joy can sing in a hard season. It is drawing from a well the drought cannot touch. There's a finish line ahead of you, and I am not neutral about whether you reach it. I am for you. Every step of your race matters to me, and I am running alongside you the whole way, closer than your own heartbeat. When you stumble, and you sometimes will, a stumble is not a disqualification. Get up, fix your eyes forward. The race was never won by the ones who never fell. It is won by the ones who rise, and rising is something you have learned well. Speak, I trust you, if you are ready to walk in what I have spoken over you. Now I want to speak over your home, not just the walls and the roof, but the life that happens inside them. I want your home to be a place of peace, not merely the absence of arguments, but a warm, living peace that people can feel the moment they cross your threshold. I am blessing your home even as my voice reaches you. I am filling the room where you gather, the table where you eat, the corners where laughter happens, and the quiet places where tears have sometimes fallen. I am in all of them. I am making your home a shelter where masks come off and healing begins. And for those you love who are still far from me, do not lose heart. I have not given up on them, and I see them more clearly than you do. Keep praying. Keep loving them without lectures. Your love is a seed, and seeds grow in seasons you cannot always watch. I will do what only I can do in their hearts, at the hour I know is right. Bring all of this to me in prayer, and let prayer be bigger for you than a list recited at bedtime. Prayer is you and me, speaking heart to heart. I already know every fact of your situation. What prayer changes first is you. It lines your heart up with mine, and from that alignment, power moves. When you pray with faith, things shift. Heaven leans in. Situations that stood frozen for years begin to thaw. Do not think of prayer as the last resort when your effort runs out. It is the first move of the wise, and the strongest position you can take in any battle. Build your life on my word as well. Let it be the ground floor of your thinking. The wisdom of the world changes with every generation. What it praises today, it mocks tomorrow. My word has outlasted empires, and it will still stand when every other voice has gone silent. When you are confused, my word gives clarity. When you are afraid, it puts courage back in your chest. When you feel unworthy, it tells you the truth about who you are. Store it in your heart the way a wise household stores grain, and you will have bread in every famine. Now let me speak to the worry that follows you around money and provision. I know it is one of the heaviest weights my children carry. Hear me plainly. I am your provider. That is not a title I wear. It is a role I actively fill every day in your life. I know what you need. I know what those under your roof need. My storehouses do not run low. and my ability to provide for you does not rise and fall with the times. I open doors no one can shut. I place the right people in your path. I plant ideas in your mind that become provision in your hands. I am not promising a life without lean seasons. Some of them teach trust in ways abundance never could. But I am promising this: you will not be abandoned in any of them. Keep bringing your needs to me. Keep handling what I give you with an open hand, and watch what I do with what you release. Now come away from the noise for a moment, because I want to teach you about stillness. The world has trained you to fill every silence, sound upon sound, hurry upon hurry, until the soul cannot hear itself, let alone hear me. But silence is not your enemy. Silence is where I speak most clearly. In the quiet, things rise to the surface. Old memories, unanswered questions, feelings you have pressed down for years. I know that can be uncomfortable, but what rises in my presence rises to be healed. Do not run from those moments. They are the doorway to your freedom. When you choose to be still before me, you are saying with your posture what words cannot say. You are saying, I trust you enough to stop. And to that kind of trust I always respond. Find small pockets of stillness in your day. Even a few unhurried breaths with me can change the hours around them. I live in the present moment, my child. Not in your yesterday with its regrets. Not in your tomorrow with its unknowns. Here. Now. When your mind races constantly between guilt behind you and worry ahead of you, you miss me. And you miss the good I have planted in this very hour. Look for me in the ordinary, the warmth of sunlight through a window, rain on the roof, the laughter of someone you love, the first quiet minutes of the morning. These are not small things. Every good thing in your day, no matter how plain, carries my signature on it. Watch, too, for the people I place along your path. Some encounters that look like chance or appointments I arranged long ago. Some will arrive to strengthen you at the exact moment you are ready to quit. Others will arrive needing what only you can give. Be generous with both, and be discerning as well, for not every hand extended toward you comes in kindness. Ask me, and I will show you who is sent and who is not. And let gratitude become your weapon. Not a polite habit, but a weapon. When you give thanks in a hard season, you are declaring that I am still good even when circumstances are not. You are announcing that your faith does not depend on comfort. That kind of thanksgiving shakes the darkness. When discouragement knocks, answer it with a list of what I have already done. Name the prayers I answered. Name the storms you survived. Name the daily bread that has never once failed to arrive. Gratitude turns your eyes from what is missing to who is present, and in that turning, everything changes. Practice this until it becomes your reflex. Thank me in the morning before the day has proven itself. Thank me at night for what you noticed and for what you missed. A grateful heart sees more, fears less, and stands longer. It is one of the strongest hearts a person can carry. Understand this about your life. It moves in seasons, just as the earth does. Spring and summer, autumn and winter, each one different, each one necessary. Knowing which season you are in will save you from despair in the cold months and from carelessness in the warm ones. If you are in winter now, a season that feels bare and stripped, hear me. Winter is not death. Beneath the frozen ground, roots are deepening. Strength is gathering where no eye can see it. Do not spend this season fighting to escape it. Ask me instead what I am building in you while the branches are bare, because spring is already on its way to you. If new things are budding in your life, tend them carefully. Protect what is young from the cold winds of other people's doubt. And if you are standing in a season of harvest, enjoy it without guilt. I give good things because I love you. Receive them with gratitude and share them with open hands. Some things in your life are also falling away right now, and I want you to let them. Not every ending is a tragedy. Some chapters close because their work is complete. Trust me in the turning of the seasons. I know the way forward, even when the path bends out of your sight. Now look at what is already in your hands, because many wait for something distant, while overlooking what I have already given. Moses held a shepherd's staff, a plain tool of wood. Surrendered to me, it parted a sea. David carried 5 smooth stones and a sling, and a giant fell. A boy offered 5 loaves and 2 small fish, and thousands ate their fill. What is in your hands today? What skills, what experiences, what small resources sit quietly in your life, waiting? Offer them to me. Stop waiting until you have more before you begin. In my economy, a small offering carried by great faith outweighs a fortune given without it. The widow with 2 coins gave more than all the wealthy that day because she gave her trust along with them. Start where you are. Use what you have. I will do the multiplying, and you will be amazed at what your ordinary becomes in my hands. And you who are deeply tired, come here. I know the kind of weariness that sleep does not fix, the tiredness of carrying heavy things for too long, the exhaustion of holding everyone else together. I see it, and I have rest for it. Not just rest for your body, rest for your soul. Come to me when you are worn down. Sit still and tell me how tired you are. Let me take the load from your shoulders and hand you something lighter. I am not asking you to do nothing. I am asking you to stop doing everything alone. With me carrying the weight beside you, even hard things become bearable. Without me, even small things can crush. Rest is not laziness. Rest is wisdom. The ones who finish their race are not the ones who never stop. They are the ones who know when to pause, be refilled, and go again. Let time with me be the well you return to. It will never run dry. Then rise, and mind the words you speak, for your mouth is either building or tearing down. I spoke worlds into being, and you, made in my image, carry an echo of that power. Stop saying that nothing works for you, that you always fail, that it is too late. Those words are seeds, and you do not want their harvest. Speak what I speak. Say, I am held, I am guided, I am not finished. There is a difference between being honest about today and signing your name to defeat forever. Tell the truth about the struggle, but declare the truth about your God in the same breath. And speak life over others too. One true, kind word at the right moment can hold up a soul that was about to fall. Let hope stand up inside you again. Not wishful thinking, but the settled confidence that comes from knowing who holds tomorrow. Hope anchored in me cannot be swept away. Storms may shake you. They cannot sink you. Feed your hope with my promises, and stand with people who carry hope too, for it spreads from heart to heart, like fire from lamp to lamp. Your story is not over. Whatever chapter you are in, it is not the last one. I am the author of your story, and I do not write tragedies. I write restoration. I write homecomings. There are turns ahead in your story that will leave you breathless with gratitude, and I have already written them. You belong to me, not because you polished yourself into worthiness, but because I chose you and called you mine. That belonging does not weaken when you fail. It does not fade when you wander. The moment you turn toward home, you will find me, already running toward you. And you were not made to walk this out in isolation. I set my children among one another on purpose, so that faith could be borrowed when yours runs thin, and lent when someone else's fails. Find the ones who speak truth to you and stay near them. Be honest about your struggles, and let others be honest about theirs. The friendships formed in that kind of honesty are strong enough to hold a person through the worst night of their life. Never believe the lie that you have drifted too far or stayed away too long for me to want you. There is no too far. There is no too long. My door has never once been closed to you, and it never will be. So go now into what remains of this day and into tomorrow with your head lifted. Live fully, love boldly, trust completely. Let the world see what a life looks like when it is certain that its God is good. Nothing you face is stronger than the one who goes with you. Nothing behind you can cancel what is ahead of you. My word over your life will finish everything it was sent to do, and my love will hold you until you see it with your own eyes. I am with you, today, tomorrow, and forever. If you receive all that I have spoken over you today, seal it now with your Amen.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.